Let me grasp this tenuously, and then I will reach around the microphone with the hand that is on the same side as the microphone.
When I could just flip the microphone away. If not, look, Josh. Ooh, I'm an idiot.
Well, you're certainly maniacal. Okay, sorry. So yes, I believe that you were um, you were in Comberfiel and you had gone to Gertis Gravel at her apothecary Gravel's blend to sort of hear her story on the whole quarter peck of feverfew thing. Yeah, I'm gonna stop with the filter because
It's flickery and weird.
uh, amongst other things, yes,
Your mom's flickery and weird.
that's true. Okay.
So Monday morning, was that me?
No, I think that was me. The
Okay.
thunk. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I picked up my mouse and dropped it for some reason.
Fuck this mouse. Our Monday morning, we had started out early and gone down to the K district. We got there and then
you had left Tenacity and the Glowing Glade twins there at your house.
at my house, yes, which I realize is probably a mistake, a huge mistake. I gave Everard a warning. I did warn Everard what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody has their own rooms. The only suspicious thing is the pile of dresses. But you know.
Indeed.
Mm, mm.
Okay. Do you need any time to review your notes?
I think I am good. We did determine that it sounded a lot more like the description, while it sounds closer to Robinette, the coal black hair doesn't fit either of their descriptors. We also did have confirmation, correct? Yes, Talbot and Samuel did meet up. I was fucking right. Vindication. I am forever right.
You're a weirdo.
My gut says they're assholes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else do we hear?
Okay, sorry. You look like you're...
I'm making personal quick aside notes in my own notepad document.
Okay.
Things that don't necessarily need to go into the drive, but things I don't want to forget.
Okay. What did you
Okay.
want to do? What did you want your next stop to be?
The plan was, let me pull up my Haven City map really quick.
I added Honor Oak finally.
I saw that. It's no, that's Camberfield there. Honor Oak is up and to the side. No. Here it is down here. And Upper Sydenham.
Mm-hmm.
So Io and I had discussed going back out to take a look at in Upper Sydenham. They gave us 2 addresses. Each of them gave us a home address. One gave us an address in Upper Sydenham. One gave us an address in Honor Oak as their residences.
Right.
We want to go and check those areas out, following up on
You had another piece of information that you and Anthony freaked out about. I want to make sure you're not forgetting about it.
the guy's name.
Yeah.
Yes.
And almost as if it's making commentary, your camera said, yes, she's thinking about this. I'll make her blurry. So as to mimic her recollection.
What is his name? Strike while the iron is stupid.
I
Change
put
of
it in
partner.
bold. I bolded it.
Yes, Gerhard Gottlieb. Yes, he's an Upper Sydenham. So I'm going to add him to my notepad as well. What the fuck, keyboard?
Any idea what's making ants sick?
I suspect it's his sinuses. There I go, all blurry again. I can see myself in the corner. I suspect it's his sinuses. He's had a really, really bad sinus blockage, and when he sleeps, it all drains down into him. I think he's got a ball of mucus rolling around in his stomach that's making him pukey.
Mm-hmm.
It's also coming primarily when he's sitting up and standing. So I'm wondering if the sinus issue is spreading to like an inner ear issue as well. So it comes and goes, but it is worse on days like right after it's rained when all of the shit's in bloom and blowing everywhere, which is why we're thinking allergies and sinus issues. He's been staying on top of his meds and he's been remembering to eat properly. So,
sometimes it just doesn't matter.
It's just going to make you puke anyways.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there would be a lot of plant allergies up there, but I don't think that's all his allergies. I don't think they're all plant-based. I don't remember what they are. I just feel like over-the-counter stuff is only going to work so effectively, right? And if it turns into a sinus infection, then antihistamines won't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, they may prevent it from getting much worse, but they let it get there in the first place, so it's their fault. Okay, so what's your plan, Stan?
From Camberville, K District, which I am again pulling up the map to make sure I'm looking at it properly. We are going to head south, southwestish, southeastish. I don't know my cardinal directions. That's not a
It's south,
cardinal direction.
it's southwest. It's still a relevant comment knowing you're west from your east. It's southwest. Or
No, it's
southeast,
not.
rather. It's southeast.
God damn it, Josh. Don't confuse me anymore. I do it enough for us both.
You started it.
Fair. From K District, we're going to head down into Honor. No, I think Upper Sydenham first because we've got two things to follow up on there, and then back up into Honor Oak and poke around there. And that's what Erie pitches to Sergeant Io.
She goes along with it. She says that sounds like a good idea to me. I may, sorry, unless, and I never mind. I may not do so much accents today.
It's totally okay. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm not feeling strong about my Nigerian lately.
It sounds more Ghanaian to me, and I say that because we have 3 engineers from Ghana, and you sound very similar.
That would all be fine. Right, but could you say it sounds more Ghanaian to me. Do you think you could distinguish a Nigerian accent from a Ghanaian accent? Because I don't think I could. I think I could distinguish a West African accent from a South African accent from a North African accent, because North African accent would be more Arabic sounding anyway. But I don't know that I could tell West from East.
I've heard Nigerian. If I'm recalling correctly, which I might not be, this is when I lived in Phoenix. A couple of the software engineers I worked with were Nigerian, and they were more clipped. I don't know a good way to put it, but Ghana, it seems like it almost like they roll the ends of the words under. So they end the words, but they smooth the sound out at the end of the words. And Nigerians are more clipped and abrupt on the end of it. I don't know how else to explain it. And I don't
No, I mean
that's
that's how you describe things. That's how people describe things like that. No, it's a pretty good descriptor, actually. I'm mostly basing it off of a couple of YouTubes and a TikToker whose mother is Nigerian, but I think she's Nimeya's, I think, grew up in the States, but she has no she is a standard, like almost non-regional American accent. But when she is being hyper or doing impressions of her mother, she or making fun of the Nigerian Pentecostal church, which is kind of often. No, I was trying to do, and I know this isn't related, but there was an only role playing bit with an old character of mine who is Welsh and one of Zach's characters, and it was an old werewolf character, and this is Zach's D&D character. It all ties together in the Joe cinematic universe, and I was doing it to do it, and I don't know, like Joe, who does voices but not accents necessarily, was like, well, it needs work, and I'm being a bitch about it because it wasn't great. And then he said, you're sliding into Indian or Punjabi, and then I didn't hear it, and then I got really self-conscious about it, and then I totally was sliding into an Indian accent. So I'm just being about it. In any case, yes, you're going to Upper Sydenham.
Yes.
Okay, where are you headed?
The first place I'm going to go, I'm assuming, and this is an assumption, you can correct me and say, no, you'd know better, or let's find out. If there's some sort of bailiff organization that he's actually getting paid through, they probably have a command house somewhere.
Sure,
or
yes.
Station.
That varies district to district, but bailiffs are always based out of somewhere, right? They are like,
even if it's not its own office building, it's like, oh yeah, you can find them hanging out at the end of
right,
wherever. There's
Right.
somewhere that they go.
Right. Yes, absolutely. Even if it's like in Galanta, the dead rabbits are all based out of a bar, right? But everyone knows that's where they're based out of. Um, right?
Right.
Most of them have some sort of like anything from that to a full blown station house, or maybe like a think of like a Wild West town sheriff's office, which like with like two cells and a couple of desks and a not a rifle cabinet, obviously, because not rifles, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, like a weapons rack and
Right. Depending on how many of them there are, yada yada yada.
yeah. I just like I said, I'm making the assumption that if he's not only making a living at it, but that he has a command structure of some sort, I'll find them somewhere. But I want to go there. I want to inquire about Gerhard Gottlieb.
Okay.
I'm going to try and do it charmingly instead of aggressively. Sergeant Io. I do not know how you would like to approach the situation. I have always found myself less than intimidating.
When see, I said I was going to do an accent. Now I might.
You only
When
get better if you try.
you are the lead investigator, it is your call. I don't know how well. I don't know what a good strategy I think it is to try to intimidate bailiffs in their own office. It is probably not highly functional.
Right? Some people feel like they need to go into every building dick swinging and fist flying. I don't know how I was going to finish that, but that's not the point here. We
She's
know that we're going in there to
yeah.
be calm and reasonable. We're extending a professional courtesy, letting them know that we're following up on information, and also we'd like to check in with this commander. That's all. Out of character question, or maybe out of character. Oh, I don't know. So, officially,
Uh-huh.
well, this is one of those that you could go, okay, well, there's an official answer and the unofficial answer. And so we have jurisdiction throughout Haven City, right?
Uh yes, you do. And there will be a constable precinct here. There is a constable precinct in every district. Many districts also have bailiffs. The constables ultimately report to the constables are a part of city government. Report to a constable commissioner. There is a commission. There are commissioner, the chief commissioner of the constables. There are commissions. It is not. There is like a citizens oversight board of the constables, but ultimately they report ultimately to the Lord or Lady Mayor of Haven City. The bailiffs report to the aldermen of each district.
Okay.
You are part of a very large municipal agency. Bailiffs are far more local. It's like police and sheriffs. There is overlapping jurisdiction.
Okay.
In some places, the constables get along well with the bailiffs. In some places, they professionally disregard each other. In other places, the bailiffs are a corrupt enforcing arm of a corrupt alderman. Or, yeah, or our street gang who also pays bribes the alderman to exist, right? The Becton precinct was constantly those constables were constantly trying to catch the Becton boys doing shit, which actually made them quite good at not getting caught in their own areas.
Okay.
that tension of centralized oversight we talked about before, which is why there's no like overarching directory of the bailiffs, because like that's not, well, they don't belong to you, so you don't need an overarching directory. And why are you trying to track everybody? And you know who used to try and track everybody?
Them, the pointies.
Yeah.
Hitler. It's Goddard's law in action.
What is Goddard's law?
Is that what it is? No, it's not. It's not Goddard's law. Godwin's law.
Which is, I don't know that either.
When a Hitler comparison is made, the thread is finished, and whoever made the comparison loses whatever debate is in progress. This principle is itself frequently referred to as Godwin's law. The extent of it, it kind of goes along with the Poe thing, but it says eventually every argument given enough time to go down goes Hitler.
Yeah, especially on the internet.
Yes.
Only now since Kanye, it's like, he's not. There's a whole like, oh, we're allowed to finally say that we liked Hitler. Man, this part of when you put the map into here, let me share screen for a sec. When you put the map into the satellite base view, this area of London looks just so green.
Yeah. What is that like?
I guess a lot of it does. I don't know. I feel well, but like you look here, that's just tennis lawns and whatever the hell else is happening out here.
Fancy shit.
Anyway, I'm going to put this back into just the map. Okay. Okay, so you're going to go there and try and find the bailiff's building.
Yes.
Okay. Does that mean you're going to sort of cruise around and look for, how are you going to do that? Are you going to sort of cruise around and look for a city center? Or a district center? Are you going to find a precinct or find uniforms that might be patrolling around and ask them? What is your
I'm going to look around for I'm going to look around for Constable HQ first. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to ask what's known about them. I don't know anything about them. I'm going to get the local read. That makes sense. And also, we're down here, and yes, we might have the territory everywhere, but it's the polite thing to do.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Ooh. I wouldn't say that one snuck up on me, but it was doing the maybe I'll be a sneeze and maybe I won't be. I'll never tell for like a fucking long time.
I hate it when they hang right here. You can feel them right at the top of your nose, and they're just like, ha!
It was just, mine do that, but they tend to be like just one nostril at a time, which is a different, I don't know. Maybe it would be more irritating if it was both. Yes, okay. No, that's in description. Yes, okay. Just roll on procedure. I'll roll IOS too.
I get a bonus because I got my partner. I got so many cops here. I'm just saying that and proceeding forward. 18 all day.
Okay.
My camera is blurry. Here it is again.
Okay. You enter the district on like you know, where were you? You were in Cumberfield, right?
Yeah.
So you probably come down this 2216 road and then kind of break off and um, come in through the top. And Io got a 17 as well. So you're coming in like the Sydenham Hill Road, which seems like it's a pretty largest road, and you're on the border on one side. You spot a couple of unis, they give you directions, and the police, the constable house is, he tells you it's at the corner of Wells Park and Longton Avenue, which is here-ish, which is way bigger to me than it is to you. Let me see if I can change the size of my mouse and if that will help. But in any case, it's on this corner of this park here thing. Park thing
Okay.
here, rather. They, in Ventura, they, is it under displays? No, I think it's under accessibility. They moved a bunch of they redid control center, the settings. No, not tracking speed. To look more like, they're trying to get everything to look very similar. So it almost looks like you're in your phone or your iPad, but which is fine, but like mouse size settings are not in the phone, so that doesn't really help me here. And I can't kind of, you know, so much of it was like muscle memory before. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. Even if it's good overall, you're like, fucking, you've messed up the flow. If I don't have the extra steps or whatever, it screws me up.
Yeah. Fortunately, it is under accessibility. Why would it be under switch control? Pointer size accessibility. Thank you. Just turn that up almost all the way. Oh, under display. Interesting. Okay. It doesn't appear to change it for you. It changed it for me, but nope, that doesn't help either. Sorry, Bex.
Curses on you.
Yeah. Okay, so it's on this corner here.
Okay.
It's a fairly, you know, given where you typically work out of, like it's a fairly almost a quaint station house. You're like, oh, this is a small precinct in a small, mostly residential district. Okay, cool. Well, I hadn't seen that before, but neat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like if you worked for NYPD and then you came to the Cal City Police Department. You're
Yeah.
like, that's adorable. Where do you hold all the assholes? What do you mean there aren't just assholes everywhere?
Yeah, where do you put everybody?
It's
Oh my god, it's so weird.
guys. Yeah. So that's Constable HQ?
Well, it's the precinct, yeah.
Precinct HQ. Yeah. With the local constable precinct. Station house is
So you go in and it's, you know, it's like the layout itself though, like kind of just makes sense to you. There's a big wooden desk at front. You see like little half gates on the side. You see a few constables, some desks. There's a dwarven female desk sergeant um, who sees you two come in, and you're in your tabards, and definitely a look of like surprised, not in like a bad way, but like a um, oh, well, okay. A female door sergeant. She's like writing something, and she looks up for a second, and then sees the inspector tablets and goes, "Oh, um, it's like mid morning or late morning, or are we into afternoon? Do you think?"
I think it would be late morning because we went down there really early.
Yeah, that's what I think too.
And you said because we took the conveyance, it only took us about an hour.
Yeah.
I'd figure probably another hour to travel from there to here, hour and a half maybe. What's up, my love?
I'm trying to get this to turn on.
Okay. The button at the top.
Yeah,
Anthony is thinking if he is feeling better. By the way, when we're ready for his part, he will try and join in on the tablet in the room.
okay. Have
So
you guys hooked up the second monitor to it?
No, not yet. No, it's that one on the top, not on the side. You're not an idiot. No, you're okay.
Oh, he's not gonna be in that room. He's gonna be in another room.
Yes, in the bedroom, so he can be kind of
closer to the bathroom.
Closer to the bathroom, and also more reclined, and because it's when he's sitting upright that he gets real woogie, which is why we're thinking it might be something affecting his inner ear.
Okay. Yeah, it's about 3.5 miles or so. So yeah, we'll say late morning. Anyway, kind of a beefy dwarf female. And she goes, "Oh, and she's got a that Teutonic-y German accent. She goes, "Oh, inspect us. I didn't," and she starts going through her like stuff, and she goes, I wasn't aware we were expecting inspectors today."
No, not an official scheduled visit. We're following up on information over the weekend. I'm Inspector Eritrea Merciondi. My partner, Sergeant Ayo Yawande.
I'm Sergeant Mir Irongates. I put it in the chat already.
Yes.
How can I help you?
Well, we're here following up on information regarding a group of bailiffs in operation here, including a man by the name of Robinette Talbot and his commander, Gerhard Gottlieb.
I see. And well, yeah, I mean, Gerhard is a local head of the bailiffs. I don't know that I know the other man you were talking about so much. But do you have questions, or did you want to go talk with yourself?
We're planning on speaking with them ourselves, but you're here, you're local. We were hoping you could give us your read.
Why don't we go into... Come on in, I will get you some coffee.
I assumed we'd already been like walking in and strolling. I'm sorry.
No, this is all at the desk because the sergeant's just like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah.
She looks at somebody and tells them to cover the desk, and you go back, and they take you into like a little kitchenette, and they put on a kettle. There's another constable in here. um, a goblin, and she looks at him and says, "Would you mind giving us a room and stay by the door?" And the goblin uniform looks at the three of you and then nods and closes the door behind them. Um, and says, "The bailiffs of Upper Sydenham are cordial, more or less professional, um, and all human to a man, and they are all male. Upper Sydenham leans about 35-40% human. Um, when we are called, we don't typically get calls from the humans here. They don't do anything to interfere with us as far as we have ever noticed. They do not have conflicts with us, but they don't exactly cooperate. They either ask to take an investigation over completely, or they yield it to us completely.
Out of character question, would this be comparable? Would the bailiffs here be comparable perhaps to the Shamrim in the more ultra orthodox neighborhoods in that they act as a private police force? They don't.
Are you asking about bailiffs in general or bailiffs in this district?
Here in this specific district.
You could definitely interpret it that way.
Okay. Okay.
What's that?
I was just shifting. It was insane at work. I didn't have a single day where my steps were less than 15,000
Yeah.
by the time I got home. Yeah, that's why I don't feel too bad about getting home and just sitting. Uh, um, but it was a lot of walking and I hurt my hip some. So I'm just old and sore. I'm an old bitch is the short answer I think you were looking for.
Right. Right.
Uh,
Exactly. Yeah.
so to make sure I understand, typically constables don't get calls for the human cases. If a case has to pass over to them, it's the bailiffs handing it off, but there's no conflict there. Is that a good summary?
Yes, I would say this is
Okay.
accurate. In fact, the dwarf in the kitchenette asks if you both speak Dwarvish, and we'll assume that since you entered the kitchen and the goblin closed the door, that she switched to Dwarvish. I need to go pee. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm catching up notes.
Okay.
Notes and your notes.
I'm sorry.
Private notes and your notes. Like I said, I keep my own set of things that don't necessarily need to go in the Google Doc, but I might jump in and put them in later if I'm like, okay, that's pertinent, or no, that's not, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get this sense that they are shielding the community, or that they are encircling the community, the humans in the community?
Can you? I'm not sure I understand the question, Inspector.
I'm not sure I understand it either. Let me talk it out and we'll see if it makes sense to any of the three of us together. You're in
Sheila,
for a treat.
okay.
This is one of my normal partner's favorite parts. Let me tell you. Shielding is more defensive and protective in my mind, meant to ensure a rich life. Fencing is more controlling and meant to ensure a followed life, followed sets of procedures or standards. Does that differentiation help at all?
Becky, I'm lost. Shielding is meant to do what?
More protective. So, like,
is what you're trying to ask, are they trying to protect the human community? When you say the community, do you mean the entire community or do you mean the humans?
the human community.
Okay,
The
so
human
that's an
community here.
important qualifier in the question, but
I did put that in there.
you said the community.
And then I clarified the human community.
Okay, so you're asking, are you trying to protect them? Or are you trying to keep them separate? Is that what do you think they're trying to keep them separate? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Are they just trying to protect them and act as a go-between, or are they trying to keep them separate and controlled?
Oh, I think they're trying to, you're combining two things that I don't think go together. I think they're trying, I think they look at themselves as separate, but I don't know that there's control in them. I don't know that they need to control the humans here. I think now Upper Sydenham has just, in the last 20 years, become a divided district.
Hmm. And what is your read of Gottlieb, if you have one?
He is very, he is grandfatherly in demeanor, but he gives away nothing. If you go to see him, you will find him very friendly. The currently elected alderman and he are very, they're very tight. They are collegial, friendly. whatever you want to say. Every event that begins a non-human majority as a district uh, can pull itself together when the aldermen are elected, but that did not happen this time. It has not happened in the last few elections. People get, I think they see the humans pulling away, and it may be, I don't live here, so I don't get to vote in these elections, but I think maybe they think that maybe they should all be pulling separately. But I feel like for, see, as a just so you know what 1D&D is? It's their playtest Unearthed Arcana stuff. In the
Mhm.
latest 1D&D release, they appear to be playing with switching from the term races to species, which is scientifically more accurate and culturally far less loaded. Um, so I'm considering playing with it. So if I say species or races, understand I'm using those interchangeably while I kind of make an adjustment in my head.
I I figure
Yeah, what I don't want to do is have this NPC change the word and you clue into it, read a bunch into it. Like when the two of you lost your shit about Gilbert or Gerhard Gottfried. Not
Gottlieb.
Gilbert Gottfried, that's different.
Gerhard Gottlieb.
Gerhard Gottlieb. See? Fuck.
It's so
Gottfried
familiar.
Gottfried is the other guy. Because I think the other species maybe think, oh, because the humans are doing it, that they should do it too, but they don't really have a why, and it's a little confused. But that may be part of the plan, but I don't know the plan. The alderman is very cooperative with us. Like I say, the thing about this is no one, everyone in that community with us is very pleasant. They are very nice. They are respectful. We don't have issues of race relations, but it is pretty clearly self-segregated. If you look out there in my precinct, you will not see any human constables. That is not a choice we make. Sometimes we ask for them to be rotated in from other precincts, and it happens. But of any of those who actually, for whom this is their home district, they don't come from the humans.
Just none apply. Any who are interested go to the bailiffs instead.
Is this correct? Yes.
How, and this might be a question better addressed to human constables who have transferred in and done terms here, but I am curious if you know how the reaction to them was.
Do you mean from the bailiffs or the citizens?
Both.
I sorry, my phone is on its kickstand, and that makes the vibration super loud.
I heard that. I was like, what? What?
Yeah. um, they all say the human constables who are transferred in. They all say it feels like they're being held at arm's length. Everyone is polite, but
There are many
very,
polite ways to say you're an outsider.
yeah, you're not from here.
Hmm.
Sorry, I got distracted. I apologize.
Nope, it's okay. I'm catching up on notes from where I've been writing.
I got distracted by this thing on the map that says gun site allotments. I'm just wondering what that is.
Hmm.
All in all, it also doesn't. I mean, Upper Sydenham is a fairly quiet. It's a quiet place here to work, mostly.
Mostly.
Yeah.
What do you tend to see most of here?
Um, Noise complaints, drunk and disorderly, um, traffic collisions.
Yeah, they'll let anyone drive a conveyance these days.
Sings in occasionally a drunken fight, occasionally um, teenagers shoplifting, this sort of thing. We will very rarely have a domestic, uh, very rarely like an actual theft or a dispute that leads to a fight or a magical accident.
All right. Well, you
I cannot remember in the last decade, at least, a homicide in this district.
you know, there's nothing wrong with a quiet beat.
Oh, right. I'm saying, but it kind of makes you wonder why you need a bailiff force that size.
Yes. What they're hiding. Can I ask, what is your home district, Sergeant Irongates?
Well, that wasn't a thing I was anticipating. Oh, I am from Maze Hill. I like to live closer to the river.
Oh, I live in Small Sales.
Oh, you come from the other side of the river.
Well, not by much. Trust me. And if I'm not careful, I'll likely not remain there. So,
If you are not careful, what do you mean?
yes. There's been a lot of sass on my part lately.
Oh,
Less than ideal.
I see. Do you mean in your professional life there's been a lot of sass lately?
Does Yawande say anything? Or is
She
she
rolls
back
her
here?
she rolls her eyes and turns away.
I'm just waiting to see what comes out of that. Just
There's one of these. She's like, what do you call that when it just like a just I you know what I mean? That just sort of like the huff,
yeah. The daisy huff almost.
the daisy, almost the daisy huff. She goes, but she does say she is nothing compared to her partner. The sergeant goes, well, I'm sure you did not come here to gossip, so
Well, I mean, if you'd like us to, we could stay, but we probably do have other work. Um, One last question. Do the bailiffs have a standard office or building?
yeah, it's just Jesus Christ, Josh. Now I'm trying to make you nauseous, Becky, so you can both be sick. He goes, so
Is it
it's just along, see this this icon here?
yes.
He says it's just along on the other side of the park from us, almost exactly. But
Oh,
it's a much larger building with columns and everything. I was gonna say, is it a dick move to order DoorDash when it's raining and you just don't want to be out in the?
no, it's not a dick move. That's why it exists. Are you going to stiff them on a tip?
No.
Okay, then it's not a dick move. Like if you were going to be like, yeah, I'm giving them $1, but
Are you ready? Sorry.
no, it's okay. You can do your DoorDash. I'm updating my personal notes as well and potential lines of inquiry.
Okay.
Okay. But if you are DoorDash ordering, DoorDash order. I assume that's what you're doing. I'm actually going to pop in and check on Ants really quick and see how he's doing while you put in your order. Uno
Okay.
momento, señor.
No problemo.
I have returned.
Cool.
Okay. Okay. Hey, when we get to the bailiff's building, is it a big, imposing structure or some stupid bullshit like that?
Yeah. Why?
Because of course it is.
Right.
Yeah.
As you're walking up to it. So are you done? Did you leave
I'm
with Sar-
sorry?
Did you leave with Sergeant Iron Gates? Did you finish that conversation to go?
Yeah, we said thank you and can you point us to where it is? And I'm assuming she walked out the door with us to the conveyance and saw me get in the conveyance and was like, "Oh, that's what you meant by they let anybody drive one now."
Mhm. Yes. Yes, it's a big input, like steps up to it, columns, et cetera, et cetera. Um, I'm just gonna,
I'm getting a real hot fuzz vibe here. Is it hot fuzz?
as you're rolling up to it, like you're just kind of looking at this building and you go like, that is an architectural style that is like they called it early Union, and it has gone. Nobody has used it in centuries. It's a very
It's a choice.
yeah, it's a very old style. Yeah, your partner doesn't mention anything, um, but she is as you're because you're driving, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can tell just by her body language and how much movement you see in your peripheral and stuff that she's head on a swivel. And yeah. Let me see how far that actually is. It's not that far. It's only 750 feet away or so.
Oh shit, then we wouldn't have even.
Moved the car.
Yeah.
You just walk over.
Back to the sidewalk. Yes.
Okay. Cool. It's a lovely park you're walking next to. It really is like a pretty nifty, right? I mean, there you go. This isn't all necessarily, these are all smaller buildings. They're not all necessarily residential, but there's like a footpath through the park that clearly dumps out here. There's a big playground. This is the big where it says TNG Youth and Community Center. That's where it is.
Mm-hmm.
You're about halfway across when Ayo goes, I do not think the sergeant trusts the bailiffs as much as to be cordial when we walk in, as much as they may have been leading us to believe. There are 3 unis following us. I don't think they're following us to keep tails on us. I think they are following us to make sure for our own sake.
Oh yes, that's the other part of the reason that you always check in. when you go somewhere, so you know where backup is.
Right. So backup knows you are there.
Yes. It's a good idea. Well, I still think going in cordial and friendly is our better option
Of course.
to start off with. Uh, Perhaps.
Okay, you go up. There's about a 10-step step up to. You walk through a colonnade. You go in. It's a kind of a general city admin building. I guess city hall, except for it's not a city hall because it's not a whole city on its own. It's a local government building. Let's call it that. Think lots of Greek and Roman architecture on the outside.
Big stairs, columns, probably some sort of carving, even if it's not figures, it's something, some sort of
Right.
nonsense.
Oh, only
No, I can't.
yeah, I was going to say, I will say the difference being that, you know, unlike the Renaissance understanding of antiquity, where the statues were just marble, what the best archaeologists think is that the Romans actually painted their statues.
Yes.
So when
And
you
it
see
just
that,
wore off over time.
yeah, and when you see statues like that, it's they are painted here.
I'd imagine they're probably vibrant.
Yeah. You look around, there are several offices here. But you do see uh, the district. You see a door that says, or a sign that says, uh, District Safety and Guard Watch Offices, Gerhard Gottlieb commanding.
District safety and
And
what?
guard, District Safety and Guard Services. Gerhard Gottlieb.
Any receptionist or anybody at a desk or anything?
No, it's a Dutch door. Do you know
So
what
it's the split.
Yeah, and the bottom half has like a little counter on it. There's no receptionist though. When you look in, there's a couple of light-skinned male humans sitting at desks, and then you can see there's partition walls, and the room goes back for a little ways, but it looks like it's a large room that's partitioned with wood and glass walls that don't quite go up to the ceiling, right?
It's fancy cubicles.
Yeah.
How tall is the door? Is there a step of any sort?
How tall are you again? I will sooner or later just remember this.
I mean, I don't, and it's me,
You're
so
2'10". Yeah, but I have your character sheet pulled up. You're 2'10". I think that. Hold on. Let me
get a measuring tape.
literally. Man, I must have put it somewhere. I know where the one at work is, which is super useful right now. It's just barely too tall for you. There is no step or anything.
Okay, so I step up and then realize and turn to Yolanda and say, I think you're going to have to do the honors.
She looks at you and kind of does yeah, you're right. She just kind of, sets her elbow on the little shelf thing, and then knocks to get somebody's attention, and you hear a male voice from the other side go, "Oh, hello, is that an inspector uniform?" And she says, "Yes, it is. My partner and I were wondering if we could come in and speak with your commander." And he goes, "Oh, why, sure." And you hear footsteps approaching. Goes, "Where's your partner?" And then you see like, do you put your hand over the counter? And he goes,
Anyway,
"Oh, oh, there you are."
remember, only a ginger can call another ginger ginger.
Right. We he goes, "Oh, oh, you're down there. All right. Yeah, the door opens out, ma'am, because you're stood right in front of it. So he opens the door and lets you two in, closes the door behind you, and he goes, "If you'll just take a seat here, I'll go let the commander know you're there." He's in think of it as like a security guard sort of uniform. They're both in a uniform, but it is definitely not a Haven City constable. It's not even derivative necessarily. Their main colors are green and gray. You can tell as he moves that he's wearing chainmail, and you can see a short sword on his side. The other one at the desk just looks up and gives you kind of a like a very tame smile and a nod, and then gets back to whatever it is that he was doing, which looks like he's writing something.
Reports. It never ends, no matter who you are.
Or where you work. Yeah. He comes out and he says, "Oh, well, the commander will be with you in just a second." And it's just over, and then there's not another word said from either of them unless you say something, but you wait here about 10 minutes. In that 10 minutes, do you do anything? You don't have to. I don't want to cut you off.
I'll look around, not like I'm studying the place, but just, the occasional glancing around. But primarily, I still have my own case notes. So I'm just going through them and writing my own updates. And, I know the time. So I'm writing down what time we arrived and everything.
Okay.
I should probably say that more often, but I kind of always assume it's assumed I'm taking notes because
Becky is
I'm taking notes.
Yeah. It's very interesting. The suggested spelling on your gray, I'm getting, you're seeing this because your document locale is set to American English. And it's like, change it to AY or change the locale to British English. I'm going to leave it alone, but that's the first time I've ever seen.
I prefer EY, but I always remember that it's English because it's E is for English and A is for American versions of the spelling.
That had never occurred to me. But I was mostly remarking because I feel like it. That's the first time I've seen a regionalization in the suggestion. Normally it's just like this, and then it's like, you say you're American, but you're acting hella British. So yeah, after about 10 minutes, actually.
We're role playing, god damn it.
Yeah. It's an interesting street name to see just sort of catch out of the Jews walk. Okay.
U-boats. Why did I go German? What's wrong with me?
After about 10 minutes, an older human, you would guess in his late 50s, early 60s, with a pleasant enough face that it's rounded a little with age, and salt and pepper hair that's more salt than pepper, with definite smile lines at his eyes and mouth, comes out, and he's like 6'3". Definitely was in his youth a massive and powerful man. He is still quite bulky, but you can, let me finish the description. You can tell that he is, there is just the faintest hint of a limp in his step. And roll a perception with advantage.
Dirty 20.
You notice, so as he's coming out to you, the way I see it, like you can, the side of him that he's like, you're mostly seeing, somebody comes out at an angle, you see slightly one side better than the other. You can see that it looks like something happened to like the top of his left ear. You can see it's a little misshapen, and a bit cauliflowered, actually. He comes out and kind of leans a little bit, favoring the side that he's limping on. But again, it's a very slight lip, and it doesn't look like an injury. It looks like this is just how he walks now. And he says, well, can I just say that what an unexpected surprise it is to have a couple of Haven City inspectors in my office. Well, I assume you'd like to have a conversation with me, so how about I welcome you on back? And does like this kind of gesture, and if you two get up, turns and walks himself back into the office, towards his office, which is down a hallway with other offices and what looks like a break room, and then a couple of doors that are closed that they don't have signs on them, and you can't see. And his is very much at the back of this section of building. He's got a decent sized desk with a window, and it's a lovely day, and he's got a tree outside his window. It's a nice office. Well, it's a solidly like middling office. Decent chairs and furniture. And he goes, I know better than to offer you anything, and we're all on the clock. So can I get y'all some water or anything like that?
Water would be most welcome, Commander Gottlieb.
Io goes, me as well, thank you. Um, and he's got a pitcher is not what I mean, but I'm going to say it, pitcher with some water in it and some glasses, and he pours you each and hands them to you, and he sits down and he makes a dad noise as he sits down. Yeah, it's more like a and you can see like the last 2 inches he's kind of bracing on his arms and like letting himself drop in a little bit. And he goes, now, what can I do for Haven City's finest?
I'm not smoking marijuanas in front of him. I thought he was going to talk more. First, thank you for taking the time. We wanted to check in. One of your men had been involved in an incident. Oh, are you still there?
Yeah. Do you not see me or hear me?
Okay. I can hear you, but your screen just frozen. And now you're in fast forward. I think it was just a weird lag, but it just stopped all of a sudden. So I was like, sorry. One of your men was involved in an incident in Haven City this weekend. We just wanted to follow up, make sure that he made it home safe.
Robinette came and reported to me and how he wasn't the best witness and got a little nervous and being caught in a compromising situation like that. He told me all about not giving you the right information at the first time. And, on behalf of our whole office, we just want to let you know that, and I think that our precinct constables will bear us out on this. We do cooperate with, Haven City's finest. And I assure you that he's been an upstanding bailiff of many years of service here. So
that's all good to hear. We were primarily concerned that he had made it home safely. There were items used in the attack that we were uncertain of the long-term effects. We thought this might be the best place. He'd indicated he'd be working today, so we just wanted to make sure that he'd been able to make it in. We had other inquiries in the area and just thought we'd stop by. But I do thank you for your assurances, Commander.
Well, that is just so kind of y'all. Yes, he reported to work for his shift today, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and full of stories about the center of town. And we told him we'd never tell you how to seek your entertainment, but sometimes when you try to live a more exciting life, then you do end up living a more exciting life. So yeah, that is it's a long. I'm assuming you're based out of 1cc, and this is an awful long way just to check up on the well-being of a citizen involved in something who didn't give you very good answers this first time around. I venture to say he was not used to being on that end of answering questions.
No, as I said, we had other inquiries in the area, and once we realized how close we were, we just thought we'd stop in.
Oh, did you now? Well, I appreciate that. Is there anything we should be aware of?
Oh no.
It's 4:30. It's like fucking basically dark. All the community light sensor area lights, like the lampposts and stuff, like just came on outside my window. It's because of all that rain. Oh well, thank you so much. You said there was something used on him that caused you to be concerned about his ongoing health. Do you mind if you just said that, Bex? Do you mind if I ask? You said there was some substance used.
You got choppy. I was only getting half the
Oh
words.
man, I'm sorry.
No, no, it's
How's it
okay.
going? How is it going now?
It's better.
All right, now that we start role playing, it'll start getting choppy again. Um,
Excellent.
I said, you mentioned there was something used in the situation and that caused you to be concerned about his health or recovery. Is there anything I should know? Do you mind if I ask what that was?
I, we're not certain if it was used directly on him, but it was found in the area. A mix of feverfew and not rose hips.
Evening primrose.
Uh, feverfew and evening primrose. It can make one rather groggy.
Oh, I
So, and
see.
it was a long way he traveled.
So
Like I
this
said,
was
just
a.
general concern.
I understand. So this was more of a. I was worried for a moment that you meant like he had suffered under some sort of magical affliction or something like that. But that sounds like an apothecary's situation.
Speaking as a magic user, the apothecaries are magic to me, so all the same in the end.
Well, I do suppose you're right. Um,
What
what-
can I get any sort of read off of him? I'm specific, not any sort of read. That's too vague. Uh while I've been giving him this information, uh have there been areas that he's perked at or that he's specifically shown a lack of interest in, like the feigned disinterest? Does that make sense?
sure, roll an insight advantage.
Dirty 20.
You're getting very heavy, like Sheriff Andy Griffith vibes. Like he's pushing friendly old man pretty hard. Um, he did kind of narrow his eyes and get real interested when you said something was used on him, and then when you explained it, he seemed a little relieved. But that more or less fits in with what he was saying. Um, Robinette tells me the situation he was involved in. Uh, I guess there's some young tiefling woman who's been killed or something like that. I hope your investigation is going well. And although I know you have said nothing of the sort, I just assure you again that Robinette is been a fine, upstanding member of our guard service for all the years he's worked here.
Was there disdain about where Rob did I detect disdain in his voice about where Robinette chose to, quote, seek his entertainment?
On that insight roll, no. If you would
Okay,
like to focus in on that and take another one, you may.
I would.
Then roll, baby.
Have rolled terribly.
All right. Well, you don't have to use you don't have to use the lower of the two, but no.
Okay. Um, okay.
He did ask you when you said that, he did say, I think he did ask, how's your investigation going?
Yes, he did. Unfortunately, in a fast-moving investigation, we are hesitant to give out details for fear of conflicting information or sharing rumor instead of fact. I'm certain you understand, though, being in a similar line of work.
Oh, absolutely, I do. Although around here, it's more we don't want neighbors spreading, being little birds and spreading gossip and getting into each other's business when they shouldn't have no account on doing that. I mean, but honestly, you you all who I know I once tried to become an inspector. I don't quite have the mind for it. I don't even know how one goes about running an investigation like that. And thankfully, we've never had to investigate anything so frightening as a potential homicide or anything. I wouldn't even know where to start.
Well, you start with the facts. It's usually the best place, but I won't take any more of your time. Thank you again, Commander. And she'll stand up from her chair and move around to offer her hand to him.
He takes your hand and he bends over. You can see the on the side that he limps on, he like braces his hand on his knee. And he shakes your hand. You can feel it's a pretty not an attitudey fucking dominance display bullshit grip. Uh, it's a very firm grip, however. And he shakes Io's hand as well. Well, I'm indebted for you on following up on my man, and I don't know how long you're going to be here, but if you're thinking about getting some lunch, and he makes a lunch restaurant recommendation for you.
Why, thank you. I've always found that those who have to walk a regular beat are the ones who know the best restaurants. And I am getting very hungry. It's been at least 2 hours since we've eaten.
Well, you can't, it's not fancy food, but you can't beat it. And it's just a couple blocks away. And he sends you to a place that you get would be the Haven City equivalent of a barbecue joint, and it's called the Char and Biscuit. He doesn't see you all the way out to the front. He after he shakes your hands and he recommends it, and um, he goes, if you end up going to the Char and Biscuit, you tell him Godfrey sent you. And he's at his door, like holding it open for you. He's not walking you all the way back to the front. He's seeing you out of the office and then letting you go.
Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to stroll on out of there, and we're going to see how many people follow us and who's watching us.
Okay, make a perception check with advantage on your way out. Jesus, I don't know why I had to roll my whole ass head to remember that word.
Because shit be complicated. Oh, a nat 20, 22, a 19 and a 20.
Not the one who answered you and was talking to you, but remember there were two of these bailiffs working at desks on the way out?
Mm-hmm.
You notice on this one's left ear some sort of injury or something on the top of the left ear.
Does it look a little cauliflowered almost?
No, this one's not cauliflowered. In fact, you notice it's on a natural 20. It was done on purpose. It's a clean cut. That is not from a sword fight or a knife fight. Like, that's a clean cut.
It's surgical, almost like it were removing something,
Yes,
like an ear tip.
potentially.
Those motherfuckers. Okay. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and stroll on down to that restaurant.
All right. The unis, you know, the unis are like across the street, but watching the door when you come out. And one of them nods to you guys as you come out. And at first you don't see them follow you. The restaurant is like a couple blocks away. It's not far at all. In fact, we're going to say it's 1 block away. And let me share screen again real quick. No, not a window, a tab. So like you came out of here and see where it says Snuffle Dog and Cafe and Wine Bar.
Mhm.
We'll just say the Char and Biscuit is there because that's easy.
Oh, it's right there. Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a good excuse for us to walk because we've been in the conveyance a lot.
Yeah. You head there and roll me another perception.
Perception advantage roll. 13 all day.
That was your advantage?
I rolled a 2 and an 11.
Okay.
It was not good. I am a not noticing motherfucker.
Okay.
I'm thinking food. I'm already wondering what they have.
You're right, exactly.
That's my stomach.
Holy shit. Io goes, I doubt you have seen him because whoever he is very skilled. But somebody has come out of the back of the city building and is following us. The person following you rolled a natural 20, and then Io rolled a natural 20, and Io's modifier is perception is better than their stealth.
Well, that's nice. They can follow us to a nice lunch where we sit down, have some enjoyable food. They'll walk us back to our car, our conveyance, not our car,
Because we don't have one of those.
and we'll head somewhere else.
Give me my food. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Be safe out there. Okay. You go in, you definitely get small town barbecue restaurant vibes. But when you go in, you notice that you are the only non-human in this restaurant. And Kyle is the darkest human in this restaurant. The waitress comes up and addresses Io first. I'm going to say seat yourself place. The waitress comes up and addresses Io first. And says, to the tar and biscuit inspectors. Io goes, yes, thank you. Gerhard sent us. And you can see her aspect change, and she goes from being a very like strict business to she shifts up to service friendly. And she goes, and she sort of gives you the menu barbecue place. And she says, we're known for ribs and
all of that was chopped up. I think I got the general idea. She's giving us a Dave's barbecue spiel,
basically,
or
yeah.
ribs. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think we're both having weather.
Yeah. Well, there is terrible, terrible wind out here, and I am surprised we haven't lost power yet, honestly.
Oh. You're worried not just about losing internet, but losing electricity altogether?
Yeah. When the wind gets really bad out here, it'll take out lines and it'll fuck up substations, and we'll just lose power for anywhere from like 2 or 3 minutes all the way up to 12 or 16 hours. And I just went grocery shopping today, so
well, hopefully you don't.
Agreed.
It's Consolation, you've been completely good the whole time.
I don't know why I did that.
I don't know either, but would that, I mean, using your professional expertise, does that give you any insight as to where the problem might be? The fact that I haven't had any issue with your audio or video?
So if you haven't had any issue with my audio or video, it's twofold. There are a couple of things that could be going on. And it could be that there's a delay on your end, but the fact that you're coming through makes me disinclined to think that. I rather strongly suspect that it's an issue on my end. I have prioritized QoS. I have prioritized video and upload and audio upload over download, specifically on the weekends because we game on the weekends. And so it's entirely possible that your incoming stream as a result is choppy for me because of that QoS change.
Gotcha.
But I don't want to leave it unmetered. And I do have to set some priority levels there, or else it can start to fall apart really fucking fast.
Yeah. The rain must have really started coming down because now it sounds like they're pouring buckets of water off the balcony above, and I can hear that on my.
Nice.
This is the first time they completely tore off the balcony, not just of mine, but they went through and tore off the balconies across the whole complex and replaced them. I'm not entirely certain why they did that, but this is the first rain since that happened, so we'll see if anything unexpected arises.
See what kind of catastrophe that creates.
Yep. They have like ribs, chicken. They have barbecue stuff, ribs, chicken, not brisket, but sausage. No, fuck it. They have brisket, pork, all that sort of stuff. Their version of while you're waiting are these actually really quite good, but very large biscuits that are served with a pomegranate honey and butter.
Delicious.
Whatever food you order, the best way to explain it is the barbecue sauce seems like a fairly standard sort of Texas style barbecue sauce, but where a Texas style barbecue sauce would use brown sugar for the sweetener, this clearly uses pomegranate as its sweetener, which is unusual.
It's probably got a brighter flavor as a result. Where are pomegranates from around here? Where do we usually see them? It's an import, right?
It's Haven City's too far north for that.
Yeah.
So it like they might grow around where Catherine lives in Delphon, but they're a very warmer tropical climate, Mediterranean style climate, and Haven City's weather patterns are like London. They're not Mediterranean.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it is an import. I would imagine it would be at least a moderately expensive import. Interesting. I will remark on it, and when the waitress comes back, I will ask, "Is this made locally or do you import it from somewhere? It's delicious."
She says, "Oh well, thank you. The sauce is made locally, but some of the import." But she's like, "But she's like, but you're a keen observer of food flavors, and not really surprising, but yeah, there's a couple of importers or ingredients rather that we do have to import." I'm not going to make you roll for this, but you caught that little. You're a keen observer of food tastes, and well, that's not that surprising, but blah blah blah. That well, that's not surprising is playing right into a halfling stereotype, which happens to be true in your case, but
Happens to be true, but still
right.
racist. Just because some Asians are good at math, not all black people are musical.
Or athletic.
Certainly not at swimming. Wait, I Josh, listen, these videos, if one of us dies, just make sure this shit gets deleted.
So I feel like we've all had something problematic that we've said in jest on these videos. So
Yes.
sure, destruction.
Yes.
I'll be right back. All right, I'm back.
Excellent.
If you want, with regards to the food, and this is really niche, so it's going to have a high DC and you don't get to have advantage, but you can roll a history check.
Pin all day.
All right.
No.
Yeah, nothing. You're like, that's a very unusual sauce.
Hmm. Well, we enjoy a good meal. Ari will pay for it.
Okay.
And leave a decent tip. What? A gold and an electrum?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to enjoy a good meal and then say thank you and then leave. I don't think we're going to be able to do any sort of snooping here. That's not going to be closely observed, at least not at this juncture. It might be something to send a few other people in. Hold on.
Okay.
Erie is going to smile
Uh-huh.
at Iowa and go, well, shall we get back to headquarters?
Of course, I think you're in the restaurant still, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
I think we have done all we came to do here.
Indeed. A delicious meal again. Thank you all.
Um, the waitress comes up and kind of you see her glance down at the table at the tip you've left, and it's like, sure, you all come back anytime you're here.
Dummies with money.
Yeah.
We'll take the big city spenders.
Right. We'll take them for all they're worth.
Hmm.
When you get outside, roll a perception again with advantage.
Listen, I just ate. I don't know what you're expecting of me. The food is always the distraction, either the presence of it, the promise of it, or the memory of it. I got an 11 all day with an advantage.
Okay, it's still coming in for me, but I know you know how to read. Freaking okay, die roll. Finally, so you both see your three unis again are like more casual and a little more spread out. They were very obvious, but they're across the street again, but they're like clearly like your safety escort hasn't left you. Um, Io is looking around for the other tail. Clearly, you don't see anyone, and Io seems to have. She's being casual, right? Um, but you know what she's doing, which means somebody who is skilled might also know what she's doing. And she goes, I cannot see where our shadow has gone to. Maybe they have left.
Doubtful. As you said, they were rather skilled.
Mm. Would you
Oh.
like to? So you guys are heading back to the conveyance, right? All right.
And it's going to be very nice, light remarks on, oh, that tree originally came from this area. And, oh, that bakery looks like an interesting one to go to until we get in the conveyance and get going.
Okay. Are you heading out to Honor Oak as per
Uh,
original plan?
Not directly.
Okay.
Hmm.
Where are you headed?
From where we are now, we are going to head back over towards the Great Farms, honestly. And once we're in the conveyance, Erie is going to say, Sergeant Io, you can, of course, tell me I am wrong or have misinterpreted, but I do not believe we will have any chance of investigating anything there, at least not right now. They are where we are there. I also do not wish to go straight to Honor Oak. I hesitate
What
to do that in case someone is following us.
I was going to say, well, I agree with you, and I think the only downside would be that they have time to send word if they are sending word to someone in Honor Oak, but anyone can send a sending or people have sending stones, and the message country can do this as well, so I think it is I think it is a good call.
thought we might drive out towards the Great Farms, stop into a few other places along the way, and then either we can circle back or, depending on the time, head back north uh, to city center area. Um,
Okay, that sounds
I
like
would
a good.
like to go back to Honor Oak, but I would also like you to look and see. I assume you're watching to see who is following us.
Mm.
I'm guessing conveyances are probably not quite as used out here, but that might be an assumption on my part.
Um, so I think we established somewhere that they are horse-drawn, right? It's not quite fully artifice
Yes.
or magical powered. There are wagons, but you're not fully driving a black and white, but you're in an inspector mobile. So there are wagons for larger things around, but you are not. Yeah, you're not terribly inconspicuous in your car. It's not the same as driving an alchemist wagon or a constable situation. Yours is smaller and lighter and not meant to carry more than just you and your partner and maybe some equipment, but it's still like sticks out. Yeah.
It's it's driving a sedan in a farming community in some ways. Just
Right.
the fuck are you doing? Okay,
Yeah.
I have to run and pee really quick. I will
Go
be
ahead.
right back.
Absolutely. Okay. You guys get out to Great Farms, and she says, as far as she can tell, you're not being followed.
How long did that take? 'Cause it looks pretty. I mean, like, we're not gonna go all the way out to Great Farms. I assume there's towns and little suburbs and stuff in between. We're just going for a bit and kind of we're heading generally that direction. We're heading generally that direction for a while, just to see if somebody's following us, and then we'll turn around and go back to Honor Oak. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have found myself asking, does that make sense? Because at work, one of my colleagues has complained that I am not always clear with what I am saying, and so I am trying to check back in with people, and it's carrying over, and I'm certain it's annoying.
No, it
Okay.
hasn't annoyed me yet.
Wow. Good.
Right, that's the 2 mile mark. So after 2 miles, she tells you, keep going here till you get to Knight's Hill, because she still doesn't see anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then she tells you to go turn north onto Knight's Hill. So you do that. And then about there at mile 3, she tells you with with a lot of confidence, she's absolutely sure you're not being followed anymore.
Excellent.
And that you can take this up to the A205.
Yes.
Yeah, well, that was a lot of schlepping.
Yes. Oh, that's a lot more.
Yeah. Well, I could have clicked it again to see if yeah, we're just now take a hard turn to the east and just go through everything. Just go straight, no matter what.
There are trees in the. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go up to Honor Oak. We have the address that was given to us by Lucas Samuel.
Uh-huh.
We're going to check into the local constable's office.
Okay.
What time is it, by the way? How long did that take? I'm figuring we probably left around 1-ish.
I was thinking, yeah, that's probably more accurate. Well, that was, I think it was about 6 miles by the time you get into Honor Oak.
6.3.
So it's probably 2-ish in the afternoon.
Okay.
At the latest, it's probably closer to 1:45.
Okay.
Um, did you read the description on Honor Oak?
Not yet. Boop-a-doop-boop-boop-boop. Predominantly for, oh, yes, I did. For the upper, yeah. Fancies.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you find the precinct, the constable precinct.
Yes.
You go in. Honor Oak's a little bit bigger, so theirs is a little bit, larger. There is a goblin male as at the desk. There's a couple of citizens there. They are talking to some constables who are out front. One is an older lady making a complainy pants senior citizen sounding sort of situation. The goblin who's sitting at one of those higher desks as you come in sees you and gives you kind of a quizzical look and says, "Good afternoon, inspectors. I'm Sergeant Kago Verond. How can I? What are you doing in Honor Oak?"
This
Not
is
in a.
outside?
No, this is up at the front in the desk.
Oh, at the front of the desk. Just following up on a few leads from activity over the weekend. Thought we'd check in.
Oh, well, great. Welcome to Honor Oak.
Have to get the name here. The sergeant. There you go. What race is he, did you say?
Goblin.
What species is he, rather?
Goblin,
A
sorry.
male. How active is this area?
Do you mean the district or do you mean part of the station?
This part of the station that we're at.
There's some civilians here.
Do you have anywhere we could speak a little quietly?
He goes, sure. And he looks at another uni who's doing something else. Fuck it, I'm just going with what the dice said, which happens to be a tiefling constable, and says, if only I had prepared.
Veracity.
Yeah, no.
Verity.
Goes, Brill, can you watch the desk for a little bit? I'm going to talk to the inspectors.
Brilliance.
And you can't, huh?
Brilliance.
Yeah, you can't really tell the gender necessarily, but they nod and they step up to the desk. The sergeant takes you to what is probably their office. You can tell this station is probably twice the size of Upper Sydenham's. Yeah, it's a little more, definitely has more uniforms, and is a little bit more built, like formally set up, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, their Honor Oak is like a little over twice the size, so that makes a certain amount of sense. Um, and he says, "Sorry, I don't have anything to offer you, but in terms of drinks or coffee or anything, but what can I do for you, inspectors?"
We're here following up, as I said, on a couple of leads over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
What is? Oh, that's not me. I from something that came up over the weekend. First, do you know the name Lucas Samuel? I know it's a large area. It's highly unlikely that you would know him. Human gives a brief description. Just curious if you've had any run-ins with him or if someone might know.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but the description you gave could be about a quarter of the human males here in Honor Oak. Um, so no, the name doesn't ring any bells. And I mean, we've had dealings with some people who look like that, but off the top of my head, no, we'd have to get into the files. Sorry.
Quite all right. It's like asking if I know a dwarf named Grunhilda.
Right.
It's about 80 of them. You'll have to be more specific. I'm gonna give the address and say, do you know much about this neighborhood? The address of Samwell's place.
And there's I know the street. I mean, pretty average Honor Oak Street, where not a lot of exciting stuff happens here. Not, I'm sure, compared to what you're used to. But yeah, it's a pretty typical street here. Mostly families, maybe a pub at one end, or a greengrocer or a baker or something like that. I mean, that's pretty standard stuff here. Here's hold on a second. He gets up and goes to the door. And he goes, "Hey, Greba, do me a favor. Are you busy? Well, do me a favor anyway." What'd you say the name was?
Lucas Samuel.
Get in the file, see if you see anything on a Lucas Samuel from, and he gets the address from you. Goes, residential appears to be, and then he gives the address. He goes, "Bring it back to my office if you find anything." Sits back down. Is like, "Is there anything I should know?" There's a half orc female name in the player's handbook. No shit, Fistula.
Is she a monk?
She does butt stuff.
Astral Fist is very interesting.
Yeah. More just like ass fist.
Ass to fist. Bam! Dancing googly butt.
Yeah.
The video in and of itself wasn't that good, but I figured you would greatly enjoy me forgetting I had it.
Yeah, that's. It was so like somebody had to go out and find giant fucking googly eyes for that to happen too.
It's like the butt burger. That is
Yeah.
dedication. There was planning involved.
It was so much work. That butt burger, if I could find it again, which I have looked and have yet to be able to find it, like it was it had to have been so much work to put it together. And somebody had to just sit there for a long time and just deal with it. Yeah, I mean the recipient of the buns of the burger.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. You're fine. I'm the one who started it by going, really? Fistula.
Fistula. This
You
is what we've decided on.
somebody really doesn't like half orc women. That's that's anti-orc. That's racist.
Speciest.
Speciest, yeah. In any case. Do you know what I can't? Oh, there's Lower Sydenham. Okay. You know what I can't find on this map. In any case, yeah, I forgot what the sergeant was saying, but oh, he goes, should I know anything about whatever this is connected to? I'm sure you can't give me all the details of your case, but
Possibly. You had issues with folks saying they got maybe accosted by somebody blowing or throwing some powder at them or anything. And I'll give a very brief overview of the drug thing.
do you like get into the equipment or
The ingredients?
thank you, Jesus.
It's Becky, but you're welcome.
Yeah.
I'm just another mortal man like you. I was a great man, but
Okay. Do you get into the ingredients?
yes, I do describe it. I said, or any recent apothecaries or similar suffering losses.
He's like, I'm really afraid I'm not going to be of any use to you at all today. But no. And he goes, no, we don't have any reports that we know of here of that happening. People being attacked with sounds like an aerial, like a breathing drug attack of some sort. No, and you think that's related to something, this Luca Samuel person?
It came up at the same place, so
what is this guy suspected of doing?
For him, being in the wrong place at the wrong time and then meeting up with an asshole later, to be honest. My gut says something and I can't define it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we do have our share of those. This Lucas Samuel wouldn't happen to be human, would he?
Indeed, he is. And again, like I said, it was part of the description that Erie had given of him. And yeah, you've just described.
Yeah, he says, well, I didn't want to prejudice your investigation or anything, but like, I don't know if you know the history of Honor Oak, but there's some human families who have been here going back to pre-Union days, and they're pretty prickly. If you catch my drift, like some of these families tell themselves stories about, well, frankly, that they're better than the rest of us, and yeah, it's unfortunate. It's definitely not all of them, but yeah, you're like hereabouts somewhere. You're somewhere down here by Churchwood Gardens, and he's like, in the northernmost corner of the district, there's a small cemetery that used to be like, it hasn't been used in centuries, but pre-Union days, it was a servant and slave uh, cemetery, and we have families who have ancestors buried there, and they well, they're just certain that they're better than the rest of us. And I
Hmm.
didn't want to say anything because not everybody who lives up at that neck of the woods is like this, but that's one of that street you gave us is one of those areas.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah. There's a knock at the door, and he goes, "Come," and a half orc half orc female uni, little bit smaller than Merlin, comes in and goes, "I didn't find anything on Luca Samuel, boss, but I think it's a relative of his. Got the same address anyway. About 4 years ago, um, we have a Bernard Samuel who was arrested and charged with assault on a neighbor. Apparently, a new um, 19. What is it? 19. Sooner or later, I will have this. A new. Oh, that wouldn't be it. I'm going to say a new orc family moved into that neighborhood about 6 years ago, and apparently Bernard Samuel didn't had some strong opinions about that. And the sergeant goes, "Yeah, that figures."
4 years ago or 8?
What did I say the first time?
I think you said 4.
Let's split the difference and say 6.
What was the age of that human?
She goes through the file, and she says they were um, Samuel's in it. Now Josh has to go back and do some fucking math, Becky, because you're a pain in the ass. Um, he's 5 years. Says age is 35 at the time. That would make him about 41, 42 now. Doing some quick math, you're like, that could be Luca's
Father.
father, but it's definitely not Luca.
Yeah.
The sergeant looks at you and goes, "You should both be okay if you're in that. If you guys are heading up to that neighborhood, the humans in that neck of the woods have an affinity for halflings. And well, Sergeant Yuande, you're human. You'll get some looks because of your coloring, but yeah." Now, let me be clear, we don't typically get that sort of attitude from the halfling families in the area, but at the same time, I've never seen any one of them distance themselves from one of those human families.
Tarnish is tarnish. However, it's gained.
Right?
I know it's not your precinct, but it is close enough by. Figure maybe you might know something. Any thoughts on Upper Sydenham? Seems like a
No.
quiet little town.
I mean, Upper Sydenham is a quiet little district, but we rotate. Some of our guys rotate there. Some of theirs rotate to us. I mean, have you talked to anyone over there?
Oh yeah, yeah. I had the chance to meet Sergeant Irongates. Quite like her.
Oh, if you know Mira, then I'm sure whatever she told you, like let me just echo that.
I
We
meant
are
more in terms of trouble passing between the districts.
mm,
Folks from there coming up here to start trouble, or the reverse, perhaps.
start. No, there are some families from here who are pretty tight with the families from there, but there's not trouble so much, I wouldn't say.
All right.
We also don't have the same bailiff situation that they have.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, we have bailiffs too, but our alderman is well, not a human for starters. And second, those older human families tend not to be let's just say some of them have fallen from their high ideals of their ancestors who lived up in the big house, and they're a little less involved in civic life, let's just say.
Understood.
It's all for the better as far as I'm concerned. They can sit in their homes and their pubs and drink to their former glory, and I'd just as soon not have any racist ass aldermen or district council running its own little. The word Gestapo wouldn't be here, but Gestapo.
Its own little secret force.
Yeah, although they're not so secret, but did you go
They
talk
never
about
are.
that
It's
to
what makes
bailiffs?
them useful. I
Did you go
talked to
meet?
the commander.
Yeah,
We both did.
I tell you, he comes off like an old grandpa. I don't have any evidence. Just telling you, I don't believe it.
Josh,
Mm-hmm.
can I make an insight or perception roll to try and figure out if a portion of this is influenced by the sergeant is influenced by potential racism on or speciesism on the sergeant's part?
On the Goblin Sergeant's part?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead.
Which would you prefer?
Oh, I'm sorry, insight. That's for sure insight.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Advantage or no?
No, because I don't know how Io would be helping you right now.
I don't either, but I thought it's a 13 all day.
Well, all right. Well, he just got a natural one on his deception. So, yeah.
Fuck those hummies.
You are definitely picking up notes of it. But, and just because it's so obvious, this is that kind of, let me say that I don't think this is racism. He has a very strong prejudice. And you get the feeling it's a prejudice born out of experience. So like,
would it be more like by POC distrust of middle class white folks?
Yeah, which is not, like strictly speaking, racism. To be a racist, you have to be in the power structure. Here is a cop, right? He is a sergeant. He is in the power structure, but that BIPOC mistrust of white folks, especially when you keep getting burned over and over and over again, like that's kind of this, right?
Okay.
Like he's definitely gonna look at every human from around where he works sideways. And if you had to guess, he probably didn't start his job this way 20 years ago, but this is who he's around all day.
It gets to you.
Right.
Day in, day out. Eventually you start it affects your view regardless.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, and that's more his crappy. He's not holding it back. He might let something slip that indicates that. I'm not going to role play that, but it's less that your role was so great. Your role was decent. His was he got natural one to hide it. He's like, this is cops all talking shop, and just assuming that all cops feel the same way, and he's just
we know what kind of problems they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will go so far as to say there is a not all humans sentence, and like refers to Iowa as one of the good ones. And you and Io exchange a look real quick, like, oh fuck. We really are in the goddamn burbs.
It's everywhere. We gotta. Well, when it's a good breaking point, it's gonna be thank you very much, Sergeant Ferrand. I appreciate your insight. I appreciate the information that you've given us.
Absolutely, anytime.
We're just gonna go take a swing through. Keep an eye out if you do hear of anything related to that powder or anything of the like.
Sure. What effects would I be looking for?
Grogginess, loss of memory, quick onset.
Oh, okay. Does it knock folks out or just make them like groggy?
It'll knock them out.
Okay.
And even when they come out of it, they're a little loose.
Missing memory, that sort of thing.
Yes.
Do you mind if I share that at our squad debriefs for the next couple of days?
Please do.
Okay. I don't want to upset your investigation or anything.
Investigation's important, but protecting the citizens is more important.
Fair enough. Say, are you two heading up to that neighborhood?
We were thinking about it. Yes, sir.
You want me to send a couple of unis with you?
Might not be a bad idea.
All right.
Streets can get confusing sometimes. Would be embarrassed to get lost.
Right. He gets down off his chair and like winks at you and goes, right, confusing. And goes, Greba, you and Lawrence and you're gonna fucking Josh. You and Lawrence and get saddled up. You guys are gonna go escort the inspectors up to the north end of the district. And you hear, copy that, Sarge, from outside. They'll be ready in like 2 minutes. It was nice meeting you guys, and hope everything works out for you. Sorry I didn't have more information for you. It really is for everything I said. He says it really is a pretty quiet little. That's why I moved my family here. It's a pretty quiet little place. It's a decent place to live, for the most part.
I'm glad to hear it. I hope it keeps getting better.
Yeah,
if you do think of anything, if anything does come up, and she'll offer her card and say, please just send a message on up.
Will do. Are you? I hear they're finally moving some of you into Command South. Are you still based out of 1CC, or are you out of Command South yet?
Undetermined at this juncture.
Gotcha.
It turns out my desk is prime real estate, so I might have to put up quite a fight to keep it.
Well, I'll tell you this much. It might not be as clean, but South of the River's got a lot more action.
Fireblade?
Oh, Lieutenant Riga, Fireblade, yeah.
Oh. I like her. I've had a couple of chances to talk with her.
Yeah, I mean, she's way more approachable than the field marshal. And you don't know that nickname, so you're not sure who he's talking about. And Io looks at you and goes, Lieutenant Yavelda.
Agreed.
And you all have a laugh. The unis can actually sort of hold on to the back of the conveyance and like hold on to it and find a footrest and ride along, like old fire engines and stuff. You ride up to, it's solidly mid-afternoon, I would say. It's winter time and you're a little far, again, Londony. So you're about an hour before the sun starts to go down. Actually, let me Google something. Yeah, 3:51. So you are actually about an hour from sunset at this point. The sun went down at 3:51 p.m. today in London. Shit.
Sometimes we forget how much further
North they are.
north they are. I wanted to say latitudinal they are, and then I'm like, that's not, the fuck is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like Canada North. It's north of Seattle.
Yeah. We really don't, like, maybe the upper
The hell am I doing?
I don't know, maybe the upper points of Maine perhaps, but we really don't have it seriously north. Yeah, not even the upper points of Maine.
Actually, one of my favorite things about Google Earth is it will draw the curvature for the curvature of the Earth. But yeah, that's no, it's farther than Maine.
Yeah. It's further north than New Brunswick. Good God.
I have a super fancy gaming mouse for certain things. And what happens is the wheel can just spin. I turned the clicking off, so sometimes that's what's happening is I've flicked the wheel and it keeps going, and then yeah, that's what's happening here.
Woo! Zoom, zoom, zoom.
Yeah, like that.
Like that.
Yeah, that's just one wheel flick, and that's exactly why I got it, but not for maps specifically.
Yes.
And I've got a vertical one and a thumb one for horizontal, and this one is standard vertical.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, which is that's a total working on spreadsheets situation. Big stupid long spreadsheets. Okay, you head up into this area, and it's a very interesting set of like side by side circumstances. You have in some places really well cared for, obviously centuries old homes that have been very well maintained, and then next to them will be kicking over will be a home that is been rebuilt within the last century, and then you've got ones that are very old but in terrible repair. It's honestly kind of a fucking grab bag here. Clearly, some of these, whereas Upper Sydenham was pretty consistently and solidly middle class. This is very much an older neighborhood that didn't get major damage or reconstruction in the rebellion, let's say the rebellion in the time of the rift. But some of the residents and the families have done better than others. And you can tell that because the states of the homes, like you will see cheek by jowl, um, just the medieval equivalent of a rusted out pickup up on blocks right next to a very well cared for um, you know working class or upper working class, lower middle class manicured lawn. So
It kind of almost makes me think of a description of some of the areas of downtown Bakersfield. Like, obviously, none of the houses are quite that old, but you can dip around a neighborhood and suddenly it's an overgrown lot with boarded up windows on the house and stuff. And like somebody's living there, but not maintaining it. And then right across, like you go up and over one street, and it's this great big house with the perfectly manicured lawn and stuff like that.
absolutely, yeah. I mean, like there, around where Rachel lives, which is by Bakersfield High, there are some of those really old homes that have like the historical plaques in front of them. Some of them are really well, and some of them you look back and you're like, no one has touched the foliage in what is a massive backyard in years. And like, I wonder what the inside of that house looks like, because outside it's looking very shabby. And then you have that house on Oleander and Forest, which looks like a well-maintained wraparound porch plantation home without the plantation. Exactly what you're saying, right? Like side by, and then like up the street from that, you have this Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil fucking spooky ass looking mansion thing that is somebody is maintaining well, but their lot is much bigger and their foliage in the back is like, the home looks really fine, but like what fucking weird ass Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil Stanley Kubrick parties are you having back there? That yeah. I want to do some aerial drone shit in that area, because there's just
You're gonna find some missing people.
I'm fucking suspicious of shit about that whole area. Okay. You head up there, being early afternoon. There's not a whole lot of people on the street. You suspect most people are out working. You see some, and it's cold, so it's not even like there are homes with porches, but nobody's on them because it's fucking cold. Um, yeah, you pull up to the address. Um, there's a lot of, this area, you can smell plenty of chimney smoke, which is, depending on how you feel about that, either really nice or really frustrating. Um, I like the smell of wood burning in a home, but if you have an asthma situation, then it's maybe not so good for you. I don't think Gary
I
has
just
that.
picked up Duraflame logs so
Yeah,
that we can light the fireplace in our home
yeah,
because we have one.
yeah. I have one. I never use it because I don't want to clean it out. Can always tell when I've outlined an area from high altitude versus this. Um, I don't need to do this right now or at all, really. So I'm going to stop. Yeah, so you're in this St. Hilda's Croft Park area.
Anthony surprised me.
Oh, I saw him coming.
Well, good for you. Um, okay, well, roundabout in that area, we're just gonna go by the Samwell's place. We're gonna try and get a feel for it, see
Mm-hmm.
what it looks like.
Hard to tell, but there may be somebody home. It looks like it's decently maintained, not great, but not bad.
Okay. I'm gonna look at you one day and go, well, You want to just do a concern check-in since we're in the area?
Sure. Health and welfare check is a good use of taxpayer dollars. It's a nice publicity stunt anyway. Or publicity. It's a nice look. It's not a stunt. It's a nice look anyway.
Can't say we don't care.
Wings of Kings. I wonder if this is a chicken restaurant.
Okay.
It definitely is.
Totally is.
That's gonna be this is now a fried chicken burger barbecue. I don't know what peri peri is, but probably some Middle Eastern food or something, given that it's London. That is now a chain in Haven City. Okay.
Oh, peri peri, African birds eye chili. It's a type of chicken.
Okay.
But yes, it's a pepper.
So that's going to be a spicy ass chicken.
Yeah. Well, it's African, and not to be racist, but let me be racist.
That food is hot as shit.
I don't want to sound racist, but I'm not going to let it stop me.
I don't want to sound racist. I'm going to be racist, but I don't want it to sound that way.
Listen, when you listen to this for the court, remember that I felt awkward about it, mildly, for half a second. Yeah, we'll park the conveyance and pat the horse. Move on up to the door.
I think the crybaby just came in on your right.
No, that's Sagey Page. Don't steal the crybaby's food. Trying to snore for the baby's food. The baby is still getting more wet food to encourage them to put on weight. And all of the other cats are like, the fuck is this?
Mm-hmm. That's badass, baby. Okay, you guys go and you knock on the door. Odd or even?
Even.
Okay. You knock on the door and you don't get any answer at first, and then Io knock on the door again, and you hear a middle-aged woman sort of voice coming through the door or from the back of the house going, "Just a second." And it's one of those doors that has like the little window with a grill over it to see who it is.
Mm-hmm.
And a woman's face, like you hear it open up, and it's a little high. It's obviously high for you. And a woman, you can see a little bit of a face, like the bottom of a nose from your angle. Go, yes, hello, can I help you? And Io goes, we are with the Haven City Inspector's office. We are coming by to do a health and welfare check on Luca Samuel. And she says, oh, yes, I'm Luca's mother. Yes, he's fine. He got home. Bex, would that have been today or yesterday?
Late yesterday evening.
He came in very late last night. But I do thank you for calling, or for calling in the old-fashioned sense of coming to call.
Yes. Excellent. If I could leave my card for him. Hello. Inspector Eritrea Marisiondi.
Oh, I'm just hang on a moment. And the little peepee window, that's a terrible peep window, because a peepee window sounds like you pee out of it.
Yes.
The peep window closes, and you hear some footsteps like away from the door, and then she comes back and she opens it up, and she's holding a plate um, with cookies on it, with like cookies that have like a reddish purple glaze on it. And she goes, it's so cold outside. Would you like to come in? And now she's focused more on you than Io.
More on me. Interesting.
And she goes, yes, he's not in at the moment. I sent him out for some more firewood and some grocery type things, but you're welcome to stay if you'd like to speak with him again. But yes, he got home late last night.
Well,
We're very worried about him, and we told him, you shouldn't be going. And I didn't know young men want to have their little adventures, but I'm certain there's adventures to be had closer to home. And well, look at what happens. Speed up for no reason.
it is incredibly unfortunate what happened to him. And again, we just wanted to make sure that he did make his way home safe, hasn't had any issues or troubles.
Oh, well, look at me. I forgot to. And then she offers you, and she goes, would you like a palm ginger snap?
Oh, that sounds quite interesting. Pomegranate.
Yes, it's a pomegranate glaze. It's a very old family recipe.
Ah.
And she goes in, and and she offers you one and says, Inspector. And Io goes, no, thank you. I'm trying to be careful of my sugar. And and the mom, this is clearly his mother. You can see the family resemblance. And the mom kind of covers her mouth and sort of laughs and goes, well, I don't think you need to, but okay. And kind of looks at you with a conspiratorial wink and goes, well, and as she's taking one and eating one of her own cookies that are supposed to be for guests, and has like a, oh, I'm being bad look on her face, and she looks at you and winks and goes, well, some of us know how to eat, which is clearly a funny joke to her.
Yes. Hey, can I cast spells subtly?
Do you have the subtle spell meta magic thing?
How about you go fuck yourself? I don't know, actually. Let me look before I get all spicy about shit. Actions, meta magic.
You have distance spell and seeking spell. You do not have subtle spell.
Yeah.
You tell me the spell and I will look at it, and then I will tell you what your sleight of, I will tell you what either your sleight of hand or performance DC is going to be if you want to cast it without being noticed.
It is purify food and drink.
Okay. Thank you for not. I was looking in your cantrips and I'm like, a lot of these are offensive, and if you attack this mother for no reason, I'm going to make it a problem.
No. I just.
Sorry, Merle's got me a little like. Okay, purify food and drink is verbal and somatic only. All non-magic. It's rendered free of poison and disease. This would be a performance check with a DC of 15. And if you actually, you can try and tip Io off that you want to cast something, and that will give you advantage. So roll me a sleight of hand check, DC 11.
And no advantage on this one, right?
She can't help you tip her off. Yes. Correct.
19 all day.
Okay, so she gets the hint and points out something innocuous to the mom in the home, flatters something innocuous in the home, and the mother responds. Go ahead and roll your performance to see if you can mask that you're casting with the distraction.
Advantage?
Yes, that was the point of the other thing.
15 all day.
Oh, you just barely got it. Okay, you cast Purify Food and Drink, and the mom doesn't seem to have noticed.
Is there any sort of effect if it...
Like, if it had to do something?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Well, I did say she did eat one herself.
Yes.
Which doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Or you could take small doses of iocane powder every day in order to build up an immunity.
All right, Wesley. The spell does not specify one way or the other. So I'm going to say it doesn't. Because, like, for example, Zone of Truth, you know when somebody's failed or somebody has made their save and is able to lie to you. So, like, on spells where it has an effect of, and you know if it didn't. So, yeah.
Okay.
So for the, you know how in the movie Princess Bride, Andre the Giant, whatever that character's name was, well, where they get the Hulk and they light him up and he's saying, I am the Dread Pirate Roberts. I'm here, but soon you'll appear. The first 3 or 4 times I watched that movie, I had such a hard time understanding him that I never made the connection that I am the Dread Pirate Roberts, because why would a pirate be on fire? And so I'm going to type what I heard. I am the Dread Power Trumpets.
Excellent.
Which, if you go back and watch and you listen for the Dread Power Trumpets, you're like, yes, well, clearly he's a powerful wizard named Trumpets that we're introducing as all the people in the crowd know. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you successfully verified apparently all the food and drink in a 5-foot radius.
Yes.
It's also good that the spell doesn't stipulate that there's a glow or anything like that.
Yeah, because that would be hella obvious if it did happen, and that would get awkward. I didn't think about that until after, and then I was like, please say no, please say no, please say no.
I think I would have mentioned it before I just let you do that. Oh, that's Innkeeper's Magic. That didn't even cost you a spell slot. All right.
It's one of its own whittly bits.
So when you did it, she was within that 5-foot radius. So if you eat any of those other cookies, you'll be fine as well.
Yeah. Now I kind of wish I'd kept one aside.
But you did have one of those cookies. I thought you did take one.
I did, but I'm within that 5-foot radius. I mean, an untouched sample. Just
I see what you're saying. I assumed you're like, now I want more of those cookies since I've made them better. You're thinking like a cup. I'm thinking you're just like, Becky wants more pomegranate ginger snap cookies.
Well, 1, they sound delicious. 2, of course I do. But 3, yeah, if there was a need to cast that, I now can't justify why I casted it. So, that's a thing. Anyways, We're going to do some light conversation, chit chat. I'm going to see how many racist little things she can slip in.
Okay. The cookie is really good though. Like,
Okay, well, here he's going to say, I know it's not the done thing, but we've a long journey back to headquarters. Could I perhaps ask for one or two more for the road?
Oh, certainly. I thought you were going to ask me for the recipe, for which I would have to say, oh, absolutely not. But yes,
Oh,
of course.
much
Uh,
to my mother's chagrin, I've no ability in the kitchens myself. Also, it seems like something this delicious must take quite a bit of work. I'm not interested there. Just the cookie. It's amazing.
she goes,
Just
I
a bit.
understand. I understand. That makes complete sense. Um, you do some light chit chat. She doesn't, nothing else really. Um, okay. Nothing else really comes in. A man who is Luca's, take Luca's body shape, etc. Facially, Luca clearly favors his mother, but he gets the rest of his build from his father. And just before he walks in, she calls out the kitchen window, which is where you're sat, and she started a kettle for tea. Um, and you're just like talking and making whatever that is. Um, she calls out and says, Bernard, there are two inspectors here. They've come to make sure that Luca got home okay. And you hear a kind of a grab. I'll be there in a minute. Um, and then he comes in, and he's wearing like a he's in very workmanlike gear. Like, I don't know if overalls would be, or not overalls. What do you call? I guess a jumpsuit. What do you call it?
Coveralls.
Coveralls. Thank you. Uh, he's in coveralls, and it looks like, um, you heard him. The sound of like somebody doing that. He's still kind of covered in sawdust before he came in, um, or he's still like his lower extremity below the knee. He's still covered in sawdust and sort of like it has been snowing. There have been light flurries, but not like snow. A little bit of slush, and he's wearing like an ear flap hat. The Minnesota, Fargo, North Dakota ones at the and that sort of thing. And he comes in and looks at you and goes and offers his hand first to you and says, Bernard Samuel. Do you shake his? I assume you shake his hand because Erie
Yes.
is never rude. Well,
Unlike some.
no, that's not true. We can go back to your captain, but with the public, you are. I cannot think of a time you've been rude. And then says, and Inspector, thank you for getting our boy home safe, and we appreciate that. And he looks at the table and he goes, oh, good. I see Marie has gotten you some of her famous cookies. Eat as many as you want. Don't let her fool you. She's got 2 or 3 jars worth already made up. Um, and he goes and he grabs his probably like dad's mug, and puts in like 2 tea bags in it. Like, that's not how that would work, but I'm just going to go ahead and say that bag tea is a thing because it's easy. It looks like he's fixing himself a strong cup of tea. What's up?
Yes. I thought I saw something flicker and I was worried it was a power glitch.
Okay, so when your head picked up into that side on the iMac, I get little iMessage notifications, and it popped, and then your head flicked up over it like you could see the notification flicking, which was weird.
Neat.
Also creepy. Um,
Okay. Well, yeah, it's gonna be just general light chit chat, checking in, trying to get a vibe off of people, and then yeah, that's that'll be it.
Um, kind of. Both roll an insight with advantage.
Boop-a-doo. 4 and 4. 8 all day, regardless.
Suck.
Agreed, but also, ow.
That's doubles on an advantage roll always feels like lame. Just like you've been ripped off.
A fuck you.
Yeah. Because even if it's double 20s, it's like it feels like a waste of one of those 20s, doesn't it?
Yeah, because why? Why would you do it to me then? I.
Now double 20s on disadvantage is good, but whatever.
Yes.
You're getting like the attitude that Sergeant Kago was on about. You can tell he's maybe a little relaxed because you're a halfling and Io's a human, although she's got that deep West African dark brown, that dark Hershey color.
Right.
Her skin is beautiful, by the way. Just like, I don't know, West African people seem to have really smooth, crazy skin. In any case, and he's letting that like he's with you. He's doing the halfling tropes. The like, well, of course you appreciate good food and hospitality. Positive.
You're breaking up entirely.
He's doing the positive stereotype thing.
Oh, yeah. Black people smell like candy.
Yeah, he's like, well, of course you appreciate good food as a halfling. He doesn't say as a halfling, but he's saying that like, yeah,
He
of course,
doesn't have to.
right? You know, I know you appreciate, and they have. Do you take the tea? Do you take any tea?
Yes.
Okay. The flavor of tea they have is not super fancy, is also unusual. Like, you know, you've had it before, um, but let me put it this way. It's a flavor that's not terribly, it's a mix and a flavor that's just hasn't been fashionable in a long time. Maybe ever, that you can remember. And yeah. Okay. But you get that sort of general putting on their good face, but we're definitely think we're better than people. You know, we think by virtue of being humans, you know,
Yes.
humans and halflings are the good kind, or the good ones, basically. You're getting that sort of vibe off them. They mentioned something about the family having been in the home for as long back as they can trace. They're very house proud.
Yeah.
If you're there, how long do you think you're going to be there?
Probably 10 minutes or so, not too terribly long.
Okay. At the end of 10 minutes, when you get up to go, the dad asks, Bernard asks, did I give her a name?
I think you did, but I don't have it written down.
Okay. We'll just call her Lise, like Liesel. So I send him to fetch blah blah blah, and he goes, "Oh, did you come here to ask him? Because unless he's dawdling, he should be back in the next 10 minutes or so. You've already been here 10 minutes. If you specifically want to, I'm giving the player the option, letting the player and the character understand. If you want to talk to Samuel or to Luca again, you're gonna have to deal with them another. If you didn't, wasn't really your point, then you can go.
Okay, all of that was again very super choppy, but what I think you said is that what I think I pieced together is that he should be there in another 10 minutes or so if we want to hang around and talk and tolerate them and deal with them to talk with him. We should. I am going to do that because I kind of want to spook him a little bit. Hey, yeah, we did come down. How's it
Okay.
going?
Two things are going to happen. One is I'm going to get up and go to the bathroom, and then when we come back, in order to have that not be so choppy, do you think it will help if I kill my video,
Um,
or would you
possible.
rather I didn't?
I would rather you didn't. You give a lot of what you're saying and help me understand things with your facial expressions when I can catch
Okay.
it. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to leave the meeting and I'm going to reboot really quick because I think there were some updates that were running. I just got the notification. I forgot to turn off updates. So I'm going to reboot really quick and
Okay.
we're going to see if that helps as well. Okay.
Okie doke.
Okay. I'll be back in a few.
Okay.
Hello, I am back.
Okay. How do you do? I think you've met my faithful handyman.
Well, we're gonna hang there. We're gonna wait and see. And
Um, after about 5 more minutes, the dad says, well, I'm going to get back out into my wood shop unless you have anything you want to ask me. I'm sure Lee's here can take care of you. It was nice meeting you guys. And then he takes his big old mug of tea. I'm assuming you say.
yeah, she's a pleasure, Mr. Samuel. Thank you for your time. It was a pleasure. Blah, blah, blah.
Brr, brr, brr. It's actually another. So it should have been 5 minutes after he left, but it actually should be 5 more minutes. That stretches into 10 minutes. And Lee's cell starts to get, you don't need an insight roll for this, to get kind of like we've exhausted polite conversation. She gets a little visibly nervous and starts going, I just don't know where he could be. And you get that, yeah, she probably doesn't know where he could be.
Oh,
She
please
seems really surprised that he's not home yet.
don't let us keep you. As I said, it was nothing pressing for us. We just wanted to check in general, but it seems he's doing well. Thank you again for your hospitality, the amazing biscuits, and the excellent tea. I shall have to tell my mother to try and find that blend.
Um, oh, sure. I'm sorry. I just don't know what could be keeping him. And then she sees you to the door.
Yeah.
She actually watches you all the way to the conveyance, and there are two uniformed constables hanging out at the conveyance. And actually, as you guys are heading towards it, there's another woman coming from a different angle, not coming up the wall, across the lawn. A very hair in a tight bun, aquiline hook, no, severe American Gothic looking sort of woman in a fucking tight necked, tight fit black dress who like inclines her head to the two of you and goes, officers. Oh, excuse me, inspectors. She says officers to the constable and says inspectors to you. And then says, Lee's, excuse me, sorry, I have burpees.
It's okay.
She says, Lise, I'm glad I caught you at home. May we step in? And oh, I think I called her Marie the first time because that's
Marie, yes.
her fucking French name. But if you already have Lise,
No, I haven't given a name yet. I will list
okay.
Marie.
She looks at you and says, "Can we talk inside?" And Marie goes, "Farewell, officers. Um, are you trying to like listen as the door closes?"
No,
Okay.
I think. Was she wearing a uniform of any sort?
No, she was just super. She was dressed like an uptight biddy.
Hmm.
It wasn't a uniform at all.
Okay.
As you get back into the car to run your uniform and escort back to the conveyance, Io goes, "That old badlax didn't like the look of us at all, huh?"
No, apparently our uniforms aren't good enough to be seen around here.
I guess not. Did you notice the father never took off that ridiculous hat the whole time?
I did. Covered his ears quite nice.
That is what I was thinking too.
Wonder how many.
When we questioned Luca, I did not notice anything unusual about his ears. Did you?
I don't think I did.
That is, in fact, correct.
Okay. No, I didn't.
I don't remember anything either. Maybe that is because there was nothing unusual about his ears, or maybe because I just did not notice. And now that I think on it, I do not remember seeing anything weird about Talbot's ears either. Do you remember? I feel like now that I have.
His head was partially bandaged.
Oh, that is true.
Both of their heads were partially bandaged.
Roller wisdom save.
Dirty 20.
So I will say that by the time you were questioning them in the interview rooms, their heads were not both bandaged. Yeah. Them at the scene of either because Merle hadn't. Am I chopping up again? Fuck.
I heard Merle hadn't, and then it ended.
I said,
Um,
do you want me to try to start it?
I'm gonna try killing my own video in case I'm fucking up my own send.
Okay.
And then I'm double checking what I have open. Fucking go away. Go away.
It's so weird how early it's getting dark. It's like, oh, I'm like, not this. Only 6:30 or 6:40.
Yeah.
Like if you had asked me, I would have guessed 8.
I am getting some weird CPU spikes, but
anyway, just to clarify,
yeah.
what your wisdom say, that was just Erie checking her memory. When you're in the interview room, recovered. I also remember when you were encountering them bandaged. Remember, Io wasn't with you at the scene of either situation because that was before Merle had gotten himself in trouble, is what I was saying. So Io, when Io was saying it, she means only in the context of the interview rooms.
Okay.
And then what she was trying to say, what Josh was trying to say was, like, I was not even looking for that until we noticed it on the two bailiffs in Apasinam, and now it has me questioning whether or not I was being observant. Did you have any of the bodies that from the fight you had in Middle? It would have been the Alchemist. Because did you check the corners about anything unusual on those bodies?
No, I was going to review the notes today, and then after the events, we decided to set out this morning instead, follow up and go from there. I am rather curious now, though.
It would be, it's not standard practice. The explanation of Pope's death is going to be a report the alchemist to inspect these unless the cause of death is clear to us. But it might be, if they have not already checked, it might be worth it to have them check for any what's on this.
Yes.
Are you still checking your computer?
I mean, like, I'm watching my performance, but I'm not seeing anything on my end that really explains it. It might be your end. Can you try like a ping test or a speed test and see what you're getting? I know that sounds dumb, but and the only reason I say that is because it keeps chopping in and out, and I'm wondering how much I am losing.
I'll do it in front of you. I'll run the Google one, and then I can run the Ookla one if you want.
We don't care about potentially hidden dice rolls, but god damn it, you will show me your speed test results.
So
Are you frozen?
No. It's just that my uploads look like shit, and I bet it's because it's Saturday Prime viewing time, because I pay for it. See, this is more like what it should be. But AT&T Cap's upload is at about 10 megabits per.
Oh.
So do you see how it, before it was 0.29, and the download was like 66, but that is more in line with what it should be. You're seeing my upload, my test, right?
Yes, I am. Well, I was for a while. It froze on 3.9 for a while. I was like, Jesus, fuck. Tell me you're not froze on 3.9. See, I'm at 46.9 down and 16.4 up.
Yeah, see, each test it is improved, which is interesting. But AT&T throttles, or not AT&T, Xfinity throttles up, at least on my plan, at about 10. So right now it looks like it's optimum, but that first one was very much was laggy as fuck.
Interestingly, your video and audio have both cleared up as you've run these progressive tests.
Interesting.
For what it's worth. It's like somebody's going, oh shit, he's on to us. We better cut it out.
Yeah, and see, what somebody told me is that Xfinity Comcast, like, gets the UCLA people to sort of put their thumb on the scale for some of their tests. But yeah, interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, I will turn my video back on then because I thought perhaps it was my video sending, but based on your first result, maybe it's just some weird choppy up speeds on your own end. It is intermittent because it'll go really, really good for a while and then just hit a choppy patch.
Yeah. So the other thing I wonder is, like, remember, coax is strong and I'm not far from that signal, but I am in a 300 unit apartment complex.
Yeah. And every time you split, unless you're adding in, you're actually losing power over that coax as you send it out, and you're degrading the signal with each split unless you're reinforcing back to a hub or a serious power booster, essentially PoE, but it's coax.
Yeah, I mean, I could not, I have no idea what the company does.
I've picked up some really weird skills in my technical career.
Yeah.
I can tell you all the ways shit could be fucked up and then go, so good luck with that shit.
Yeah, so figure it out, fucko. Okay.
Maybe if it gets choppy again, you just run a speed test to scare it back.
Yeah, could be. I'm going to keep a tab open with the Google speed test ready to go, just to do that. Anyway, I forgot where we were. Oh yes, Paris, France.
We're leaving after that gal is all snooty towards us.
Yeah. You left your card. You're heading back to the precinct, I assume. And there was a whole discussion about, hey, if everybody thinks the cause of death on somebody you fight with is clear, then they don't check the body because they know. But you might want to have them check that. Did you catch all that?
No, that's the part that really chopped up.
Okay, so here's what she said is, like, I think, I don't want to go back too much. We got clarity on Io wouldn't have seen them at the scene of the crime because Merle had gotten himself in trouble.
Yeah.
We're clear on Dad wore that stupid hat all the time, and that none of you can remember either Luca's or Robinette's ears having any disfigurement or cuts on them. But then again, you weren't looking necessarily, and you don't know if that's because they just didn't have it or because you weren't looking for it. She asks you, did you notice on any of the people that you killed in that fight? And you said, no, I didn't notice because I didn't really get that close a look at the bodies. And then she said, well, it's not, if everyone thinks they know, if everyone agrees, here's what the perps died of, they don't check the cause of death. So the alchemist probably wouldn't have checked the bodies. But when we get back, we might want to stop by Command South and say, hey, do you still have those bodies? Because now we want you to check them.
Hey, HQ, this is 116 Alpha.
Uh-huh.
Asking
116
that you
Alpha this is, go 116 Alpha, go ahead.
please pass message to alchemists at both Command South and Command North. Yeah. 116. All bodies brought in from tied cases to be held, do not dispose of, do full examination.
Just making sure I copy, you're saying the bodies connected to your current case, including the ones in the fight you had in the middle bottoms, you want those bodies examined?
Yes, that is correct.
I'll pass that along to the alchemists at both downstairs and at Command South.
Thank you.
All right.
Goodbye.
All right. Don't forget to, I don't think it'll come up. It never.
No, I always make sure I mark one off. That was one to HQ. So I'm going to use a charge.
You're going to use the 4th level sending. It's the one that
yes.
2 charges technically. Okay. I forget where you were going here.
From here, I'm assuming now I'm down to 10. Yeah. From here, I'm assuming would the unis just jump off at a convenient intersection and head on their way as we go back?
I mean, they would like you to stop the conveyance before they jumped off, but yes.
Right. Tuck and roll, bitches.
Yeah. But we're carrying spears. Yeah, okay.
Log roll, log roll. No, obviously we would stop, but it would be somewhere like, okay, this is going to be the best place to drop us off, and you'll
Sure.
get back to one of the major roads.
Yes.
So we'll do that, and then we'll head in, having sent that message to HQ.
Okay.
So, and then we talk on the way back in. It's about an hour's drive or 45-ish
Yeah.
minutes.
Between the roads and the traffic and all that. Yes.
Yeah. It's dark. One of us casts prestidigitation for our lanterns.
Unless she has light, which she does. She just casts light on things.
Oh, okay. It was like, look at the. Oh, I guess that's.
Hey, none of us have. Everyone in this pairing has no night vision.
That's possibly not good. Again, as hoping Yawande keeps an eye out for any potential followers.
Mhm.
But heading back in, it's going to be late. I'm going to say probably an hour. We got there around 1:45. Put it up to 2:30, hanging out until you said it was already dark when we came out, so that puts it around
Well, I
5
said it was an hour to sunset, so sunset
when we
being
got
around
there.
10 to 4, so it was about 10 to 3 when you got there. So it is probably 3:10, 3:15 when you leave the Samuel residence. So you probably, if you're getting all the way back to 1cc, and we're saying it's taking about an hour, that puts you back about 4:15, so it's almost half an hour after sunset when you get back to one constable command.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. No, all of the bodies were held at South. We're going to South instead then.
Okay. Well, then instead of 4:15, it'll be closer to just 4 or
Okay.
3:55, something like that. It's still
Right
dark
around.
by the time you get there. It's still dark.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. We're going to go in and examine those bodies. Sorry, I was just typing the notes really quickly to keep us up.
It's okay. I've got to do a quick and dirty. If you need to double check the notes, that's fine. I actually need like 3 minutes.
Totally fine.
All right, ready to roll.
Okay.
Okay, okay. All right, you get to Constable Command South.
Yes.
You find the, instead of going in the front, you find the place where you are supposed to pull in with an official vehicle. You do. The layout here, which takes you into a part of the building you haven't been before. I had been here before. I think I know where the alchemist lab is. It's not laid out the same as 1cc though. She just needs to not get a. Yep. She takes you to. You guys find the alchemist lab for Constable Command South. It is definitely in like, well, the whole building is just laid out differently.
Right.
Um, there are 2 alchemists on duty, and oh, hilarious. You go in and you see 2 bodies of that you reckon. Yeah, we'll say you recognize them from the fight that you had. There's a female hobgoblin in her lab coat with alchemist optical equipment tool things on her face over a body. And there's a halfling male who's on a table, not on a table, working at a table next to that one, but clearly is standing on something that lets them get to parity with the body, and goes, and as you're walking in, the halfling male turns to the hobgoblin female alchemist and goes, "Yep, it's on this one too. Look," and he's got the head like picked up and tilted towards them, and you go in and you can see that the top of the left ear has that similar sort of cut on it.
And it's all been left ear.
It has been, yes.
Huh.
The hobgoblin turns and notices you and goes, "I'm guessing you would be inspectors Mariasondi and Sanderman." And Io goes, Io chortles at that. And she goes, "You explain it to them."
No. Sanderman's taking some personal time. This is Sergeant Ayoyawande, who has graciously agreed to join me so I don't get distracted by food everywhere I go.
The halfling goes, "I heard that."
Right? Cookie?
The halfling said that in halfling. I heard that. And you go, "Cookie?" And he goes, "Oh, what kind?"
Pomegranate ginger.
I've never even heard of that.
Right? It's amazing.
He comes over and peels off his glove and takes it. And she goes, "Right. Well, the female hobgoblin, right. Well, these are the last of the bodies that we checked. We didn't know what we were looking for at first, and so we were just checking, and the cause of death was clearly from the wounds and spells that had been indicated in the preliminary report. But we figured, but Elran and I here figured that we you were looking for something specific. So we gave them a closer once over, and what we found was a top sort of not a clean cut across the top, but sort of an angled cut. And she's showing you on her ear, which hobgoblins have pointed ears. So she goes, well, as you can see here on this human, and she holds up one of the heads, and she goes, the left ear of all, I believe it was 6 of them, is cut here across the top, and it is a uniform cut, and it doesn't look to be anything that would have occurred in a workplace or through martial pursuits. It definitely looks like it was done purposefully as some sort of marking. Although what that marking means, I couldn't tell you.
Also, you've stayed clear and good this entire time. I want you to know.
Oh, okay. I'm like, this hobgoblin goes, I have no idea what you mean right now. But I figured it out.
All 6 of them.
All 6, yes.
2 there, 1 there.
What the hell?
I need to look into something.
Is this what we were meant to find?
It was indeed.
Well,
I congratulate you.
You said thank you. She peels off her glove and extends her hand, and she goes, I am Dr. Kilgra Nakadruk. I'm the head of alchemy here at Command South. You can just call me Kilgra. Some of them call me Dr. N. Have I blown the case wide open for you then? All solved thanks to the help of the learned alchemists of Command South?
I think you've just given us rather an important piece of the puzzle. And as is often the case, it does come from the talented alchemist department.
Yes, it does. Do tell Sergeant Ragefist, who Erie knows is the head of the alchemy at 1cc, that I send my regards, and that please make sure to mention, who is also a hobgoblin, please also make sure to mention that I found this before he did. And she goes, right then, Elran, time to tidy up, and turns and, like, with no further niceties, is just turning back to get back to what she was at.
Okay, so this is Becky making an assumption. Josh can choose to correct me or not, or to tell me you're not going to tell me whether or not you'll correct me. Basically, this is your chance to fuck with me a little more. But there wouldn't be a case of interspecies breeding that would result in only one ear taking on the pointed appearance. Would there? That would be something that would tend to be a
Bilateral.
yes.
So
this would more likely be a gang membership sort of thing than, right?
Say that again. It would more likely or not likely?
More likely be similar to a gang tattoo or something, rather than, oh, we gotta hide that we're partially elves because we got one pointy ear, so we all do it like this.
So let me say that if that's sort of an anomaly, genetic anomaly, like typical bodies don't develop, bipedal animals don't develop asymmetrically. Bilateral symmetry is pretty well a marker for all bipedal sentient creatures. I'm saying this as world of mundus anatomy and physiology. If there were a half or quarter elf who had one pointed ear, that would for sure be a genetic anomaly or mutation. To find 6, 8 of them, because, and potentially 9, because you didn't see Lucas Samwell's father, Bernard Samwell's ear, but you saw 2 in that office and then 6
These 6
more here,
confirmed.
that would, you're talking the order of magnitude of the chance of that happening being so astronomical as to not be possible.
Right. It would no
marker of-
longer be an anomaly.
right. The idea of it as a marker of membership of a sort seems far more likely.
Okay. Yeah, I probably went about that the very long route. But I wanted to lay out the other possibility that was there. Yes, I'm thinking it's a marker of membership, and I'm curious. Huh. This is interesting. Yeah, after they do that, I turn to Io Yahonde and I go,
After you do what?
thank them, and they turn
Okay.
away. I turn to Sergeant Io and I say, well, back to Command North to see what they've found, if anything.
So, Bex, I don't think Ari would make this slip, but it's 1CC stands for one constable command. The reason Command South, like by its very name, puts it as a second place or a second one. So calling it Command North gives them
Equal footing.
equal pride of place, which is not true. But if that's something Erie's making a conscious choice about, that's fine. Io knows what you mean. I'm being a lore. I'm doing that thing Anthony and I do where we correct you on lore, even if you're making a decision. So if you're making a decision, I'll stop. I won't correct you anymore.
In the notes, I am differentiating them as headquarters and Command South.
Okay.
Erie is consciously making the decision to call them Command North and Command South.
Okay.
I do appreciate that you noticed it, though.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense, except for that there are persnickety reasons. There are like snotty reasons why it's not called Command North.
Right. Well, that's nice.
Yeah. Okay. So you're heading back to headquarters?
Yes.
Okay.
1CC.
But
CC1?
1CC.
1CC.
It's the address. And where I take that from is the address of New York City NYPD headquarters is one police plaza, I think. One police plaza or one police place. I think it's one police plaza. So they just call it 1PP instead of HQ or whatever.
Yeah.
The whole constables and inspectors is very much hybridized NYPD and London Metropolitan Police Service, and from various points in history. It's a mishmash. Just also DM to player. It took quite a bit of what I would call very inconclusive reading and looking up of things to find out if it is standard practice when a cop shoots and kills somebody, do they do an autopsy on that? And I suspect on the body. And I suspect that it's only if the cop is brought up on any sort of charge. So that since I didn't have a clear-cut precedent, I had to make a call on it. So I made it a call on it, which is why it hasn't come up early. It's not because I forgot. Just in case part of you later goes, hey, you should have told us that blah, blah, blah. Well, no, you had to ask for it.
No, I assume because it is kind of loose, and specifically because of how they treat magic street fights. Yeah, that happens sometimes when people get stupid. Everybody moves on. What do you mean you got to file reports and make all these Yeah, you should probably tell somebody, but
Yeah, I mean, we're writing down for the record how the fight happened and blah blah blah. But
yeah,
I mean, everyone knows how they died. Why would we spend time and resources, right?
examining them.
Yeah.
As we're going back to 1cc, I tell you, it's likely it's a sign of gang affiliation or group membership of some sort.
She agrees with you.
Whether it's
And if you float the idea of the genetics, she looks at you funny. She's like, I would never have thought that. I would have assumed it was some sort of ritual mutilation. I don't know what
it's
that
the
accent
most
was. That was
likely.
off.
It's the most likely explanation, but we have to consider the other possibility. But the very fact that we've encountered it so much recently makes it more unlikely to be the case. Because if it were that prevalent, anyways, possible that the notch in that the cut across the ears is not just an affiliation symbol, but a sign of ranking or hierarchy.
That is, yes, I could see how that might be true. I would say on that Gottlieb character, what we saw was he was marked from the group, and then he has had a lifetime of fighting and combat, and his ear became cauliflower just through the course of his life.
Oh yeah, have you seen Merles lately? Oh, they look very similar.
Oh, I am sure. I think it is a mark of some membership, but we haven't seen anything that might indicate rank. But it is a good point. Maybe we will find something else.
Maybe a mark of full-fledged initiation versus apprenticeship or something that we
Right.
might find something else of.
Full-fledged versus supplicants or acolytes, or however you might say. And I say we, however, your partner comes back off of leave tomorrow, so I may not be with you. I see no reason why Mel would not come back tomorrow, but
Well, we've had some pretty surprising starts to our mornings recently, so who knows what's going to happen tomorrow.
that is true, yes. You get back to 1cc, and as soon as you park the conveyance and it can bring you up through it will tend to bring you by the alchemist labs in 1cc if you feel the need to go there. Otherwise, tell me when you get back to the desks and the offices, if you are stopping by the alchemist.
I want to stop by the alchemist lab first.
Okay. I need another one. The two alchemists on duty are a human woman named Shenlong Fuentes, who's Asian Latino looking, which basically so Filipino, I guess, and a dwarf named Rurik Deathcaller are on duty. Sergeant Ragefist is the head alchemist. He is not on duty. Just because Dr. Kliegro had a send Snark for me, boy, or for me, young lady.
I'm not going to pass that along.
Yeah, I didn't think you would.
Can you spell their names for me?
The ones I just said?
Yes.
Okay.
the panic in your face for a moment. Just no.
Well, because I was about to go, Becky, they're already in the chat, and then it occurred to me I had said new people.
Yes. Okay, and we're gonna check in with them as well.
Okay. Remember, they didn't have any bodies, so what are you checking in on? They didn't have any of your bodies. They
Oh, I
saw
thought they
Robinette.
did.
Oh wait, no, they saw Robinette and they saw Vigil.
Yes. Oh, but they didn't have, and there's
So Vigil wouldn't have had that.
no.
And Robinette, do you remember the weirdness about Robinette was those wounds shouldn't have killed him.
Yeah.
But then Praise the Dead is not the name of it. Spare the Dying. Is cast on them, so that magic already altered what it was. Shenlong says, oh, let me go look at the folder on that. Rourke and I didn't see him when he first came in before we sent them off to go get healed. She looks through the file and she goes, no, that there's nothing here about his ears or any notice of that. There's just a note about his wounds didn't seem like they were fatal, whereas Vigil's did seem like they were fatal. But I think you guys already knew that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing else. Okay.
I mean, I can, if you want, I can call over to the temple where we got him healed, but I don't.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Sure.
Good night. Back up to the desk.
Okay. You come into the desks, and right away, Melancholy is there. So Io actually went up ahead of you while you were checking with the alchemist. So Melanie's waiting at the top of the stairs for you, and she goes, "Hey, Ari, can I talk to you for a second?"
Of course.
She takes you like down the hall away from the bullpen and into a sort of a quieter area.
Who is this again?
Who did what name did I say?
I thought you said Melody.
Okay, I meant I may have, so I apologize. What I meant was Melancholy.
Melancholy. I might have just filled in Melody because.
Okay. So it's Melancholy says, hey, I hope your partner comes back tomorrow. But I saw him today. That case that we first got when you guys first got your case at the Haven in Hell, like I've had yet a third incident following that same pattern. That was over in the Becton. And your partner happened to find himself in the Becton with one of his old bailiff buddies wearing his old bailiff coat. Now, he didn't get into the investigation, but and to his credit, that man is honest to a fault. And I don't mean that as an idiom. I mean, well,
It's a problem.
he's an idiom. But
He's a Tager idiom.
he's look, if he comes back tomorrow, tell him that he should only be doing one case at a time. You know what I mean? He didn't interfere with anything. He didn't get to me anything. In fact, he got a rather loud local to answer some questions, shouting from her second story window in a way that actually helped me with a couple of things, which I think he did on purpose. And it's not that I don't appreciate the help, but
what was he doing there in the first place?
Yeah, if he wanted to stay a bailiff, then he could have just stayed a bailiff, right?
Right.
Is that CB?
Yes. DB.
Don't let them crawl on the keyboard.
No, I'm guarding it. That's why I was holding them.
I was going to say, put their face in the camera again because they look super cute, and I didn't get to see them up close because they bolted every time I got near them.
Come here, CBDB. CBDB. Come here. Da, 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 da.
Look up, stupid kitty. Oh, you're so cute. Look up.
No.
I refuse. Oh, so cute, baby.
Oh. Yeah.
So cute, baby.
Yeah.
He's got a really round face.
Doesn't he just? He's a little moon face baby, which I think used to mean retarded. And it's not entirely inaccurate. I've seen him fall off the bed multiple times because he gets super excited because he got this thing. What? Well, here, baby. Sorry. Okay, so.
Yeah, she goes. Yeah, like taking care of your partner, unfortunately, sometimes that is your problem. Like not you specifically, you know what I mean, Ari?
It's the problem of every partner.
Yeah.
It's his problem too.
I'm not saying anything to anybody. Just like, I don't know. He's clearly not trying to hide it because he doesn't try to hide anything, but he seems to be poking around it. I just wanted to let you know.
Okay. 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 Notes taken. Information updated.
Okay. Except for that, I know it's super long. I feel like, and probably not necessary. I feel like the transcript could be good for like going back and forth with your notes to double check that stuff. But also, like your notes are fine, and the videos. Oh, CB's into the paper towels behind you.
These are in here to clean up when he makes a mess, not for him to make a mess with. Troublemaker, where is your... Here. Look, get your snake. I can murder it. There. I will adjust here so you can perhaps watch CB murdering shit out of his snake.
Yeah.
Fell off the chair.
Did he fell off or did he jump off?
He was sliding down through the armhole.
Oh, okay.
And because he got too excited.
Yeah, okay. Because it was like that could have been a fall or that could have been. I meant to do that.
Totally. He meant to do that, guys. He meant. Okay. Well, shit. That's going to be an interesting conversation to have in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, she's going to go back over to the desks and start updating her notes and put more things together to look into. She's going to check. She's assuming there haven't been any other snatches, but that's an assumption.
You get back to your desk and there's a note on your own stationery from home that says let me type it into the chat. Or do you want me to just type it into the notes?
Yeah.
I'm like, why introduce a step?
Pointless CP.
I'm getting fancy. Hold on. Why is this so big? Oh, because I have this. Okay. What's your domestic's name?
Everard. Everard.
Okay.
Ow,
What happened?
the kitten. Ew. Do you hear him?
No.
He's very loud. Josh, look.
Oh, super cute. Okay.
A saint. A true saint. I take back every piece of thing, every unkind thing I've ever said about her. Uh, but also, wait, can we circle back to no? I mean, yay that she's waging the. What is this about a party?
How are you going to address that? I mean, you can't ask a note, what is this about a party?
No, that's what Erie does. As she stands there at her desk, she murmurs out loud, "That woman is a saint,
Oh,
waging the window war on." Wait, hold on. What is this about a party? Sergeant, I believe my home is about to be destroyed.
she looks, at first she goes, and then sees the look on your face and goes, oh, you are serious. You are
I
serious.
am.
Eh? Maybe you should get to your home. And would you like me to come with you?
Ah, yes. Yes, please. I fear. I fear for the safety of those. No, I'm sure everything will be. Yes, please. Yes, we can talk about the case. That way it's work. I'm not cutting out of work early because of chaos and personal nonsense. Yes, Sergeant. Yes, thank you. Let us What district are you staying
God damn it, Becky.
in? You're the one who decided to give them all names. You could have just said east, north, south, or west.
Okay, she She's from Hackney, which is here. Let me share the map, and I will show you where it is. So many steps.
A bajillion D choices.
I was more commenting on like how. All right, you see the big word Hackney right here?
I think I am zoomed on the wrong here.
If you look at what I'm
Yes,
sharing.
I see Hackney. Yes.
Okay. Like, don't look at the thing that you're looking at. Look at the thing that I'm showing you. So 1cc is down here. You're relatively close to the water. Hackney's a bit farther away. She's up here. She's like north, and you sort of triangulate. Like she makes the top point of the triangle, if right.
I mean,
It's vague.
pretty much any 3 points can make a triangle.
Well, no, any three, not pretty much any 3 points. But what I'm saying is she's at least on the right side of the river, but she's way far away from, not way far away. She's not, just not terribly close.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and head on out, and I'll we're gonna leave the conveyance here. We're gonna leave the bike here. We're going to hire somebody to get us there. I will be happy to hire a carriage to get you back home, Sergeant.
Oh, don't worry about it. If your house is going to be destroyed, eh?
There's so many books.
So many what?
Books. Scrolls.
What you wanted. Okay. I just noticed that this Victoria Park kind of looks like a boot.
Ooh, a fancy lady's boot, but also a lady with a dwarf lady's boot.
Yeah.
It is a very
A
low
lady with a thick ass calf.
my boots.
Okay. You get like basically a taxi, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. You take a taxi. It is basically rush hour.
Would it have been faster to do the underground? Because I'd take the most expedient.
I'm sorry?
I'd have taken the most expedient.
It's probably 6 on one, half a dozen on the other. The taxi will feel faster even if it isn't. Because the taxi is not stopping at every stop. On the other hand, the taxi is in traffic. But the taxi, if you like, you know this well enough that if you tip taxi drivers, they will speed and take side streets, which again may not end up being faster, but it will feel faster.
We keep moving is the thing.
Right. It's exactly how I feel about driving sometimes.
It's why everybody uses Waze to go whipping 45 miles an hour around a blind left turn on a curve, as the residents of the neighborhood watch their children and pets get squished.
Okay. So,
say 2 minutes and I'm not sitting still.
Do you tip the driver to
Yes.
nail it? Okay. You roll. Never mind. I'll roll it. Actually, and I'm going to roll it on your character sheet so you can see. It takes you 11 minutes to get home. Io at some point threatens to have the driver's license removed because he's tearing ass all over the place. She is clearly, he's like, you got one of these, you got like well, let's roll. That's why we made a racial chart. 10. goblin. Okay. You got like a squinty one-eyed grizzled taxi cab, like 20-year veteran taxi driver who's just like, oh, you got to get to the small cells fast. I'll get you to the small cells fast. And it's just like, and just like cracks those reins on those horses, and you horse wheelie. They rise up and you fucking take off, and you're like, I don't think we stopped the entire time, but there were so many. Like it's a fucking Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, fucking all over the place. Like, once he even said, "Everybody down," and then, yeah, Io is what does Io speak? Io is cussing him up and down in Goblin for the entire last 4 minutes, and you're like, I don't think she inhaled that entire time. The louder she screamed and the more she cussed, the madder he cackled. It was just.
This is kind of fun. Yeah. In the middle of it all, Erie's gonna turn to Io with the crazy grin on her face and go, "You want to be a backup partner?"
I never want to spend another day with you on a taxi ever again. You are no longer allowed to drive when we are working together. I'm going to arrest everybody at the end of this, including you.
Something shot back over his shoulder in Goblin, I imagine, as he turns full around to face us, not looking at the road as we go barreling along.
Like through a turn, back, like successfully navigating a turn the entire time, arguing with her. Like this man knows Muse alleyways. Like it's a fucking.
He's taking us across portage bridges that are getting ready to be raised for some of the ships coming through, and just
you don't jump anything, but yeah.
There are close calls.
Yeah, the get down was like pedestrian overpasses between buildings for weather that are kind of low and you should go slowly through. And he's like, fuck it. If everybody gets down, it will be fine. I know exactly how high this taxi is.
Yeah. If we hit a bump, it'll be good.
Yeah.
So 11 minutes of Mr. Toad's Wild Ride later, the last 4 with Io Yawande threatening to arrest everybody. I'm pretty sure I saw her threaten to arrest a dog that zipped by in our peripheral at one point. I don't know precisely what he was guilty of, but I'm pretty convinced she's going to find something and make the charges stick. Erie goes, don't worry, I'll make sure he takes you home next.
Sorry, give me a sec.
No, you're all good.
You have a little bit of a lawn, right?
Yes.
And a little bit of a backyard?
Yes.
Okay. You get home, and if Io hadn't been yelling the entire time, you would have heard the music sooner. But when you stop, they're still carrying on for a second in Goblin, which you only know the cuss words to. You see about 3 people on your lawn, like decorating, but like with not anything that you recognize as one of your possessions, but with like, silk streamers, and they're using the cantrip. I think the cantrip. Jesus, come on. That is not how you spell it. I will search it this way. I think it's called Fairy Fire. No, that's a 1st level spell. We'll say there, you can tell it's, well, fuck it. What's the duration on it? Not that I have to be super fucking. Oh, that only lasts a minute. They're using like, let's just say low level magical means to prestidigitation, thaumaturgy to like decorate things, some light spells, light cantrip stuff like that. But you hear from the back. You hear from the back of your home music being played. Not quite Bartificer, but definitely magically amplified sound dance music. Eberard comes stiffly running out the door with Tenacity behind him and going, how does he address you? Miss Airy, madam? I don't know that we've ever, or I'm sure we must have interacted as Airy and Eberard, but I can't remember.
We have. It's always just been Miss because she grew up with him around. He still sees her as a little girl, so it's always just Miss. It's not a misery of respect when it does become it. It's Miss Eritrea, of the same nature as Rebecca Marie. What the hell?
I don't know. Okay, that was weird as fuck.
Huh.
A song on my phone just started playing. I have no idea why. And it's a song I don't know that I have.
It's probably because I said Miss Eritrea or Miss Siri.
No,
and that sounded like Siri. Treya might have been Playa.
It was playing Alibi by Bradley Cooper from A Star Is Born.
Well, I hate to tell you, but you've got shitty taste in music.
I don't have that. I know, you think you're hilarious.
I know I'm hilarious.
I have Siri turned off on the phone, but Siri has responded several times on the watch. I don't know how to turn it off on the watch.
Siri's a nosy bitch.
Did I tell you that I got 2 sound level warnings during a Google Meet and from my own voice?
No.
I had apparently broken 85 decibels with my voice alone in my office. Turns out my showers, I don't know if it's the water noise or the music and the water or whatever I'm playing, but I regularly get 90 decibel warnings. Because I anyway, that was eerie as fuck. I thought somebody paired somehow with my Bluetooth speaker from another apartment.
Yeah, bizarre.
Yeah, sorry, I've totally lost my thread. Okay, he comes out clearly harassed and annoyed, and Tenacity. There's a phrase in the SCA. It's like arguing with the heralds, like wrestling with the pig. By the time you're done, you're both covered in mud, and the pig has been enjoying themselves.
Yes.
So Tenacity has clearly been at it with Eberard, but kind of enjoying it. She's like, look, I'm driving him insane. She doesn't say that though, but he goes, Miss, your guest insists on having a party. He's a halfling as well, right?
No, he's human.
Oh, he's human, so he's just old. Miss, your guest insists on having a party without your explicit permission. They assured me it wouldn't be that many people. There are nearly 24 people in the backyard and scattered through the home. They have brought bards with them. I've kept them away from all the books. Tenacity goes, they're not interested in the books. Look, the twins wanted to have a little fun and entertainment and put on a show, and this keeps them here. And, it's a really good reason to keep the windows open because there are so many bodies that would otherwise be getting sweaty, and we don't want them to stink up the home. Not that any of you stink, because the three people who are out front, and like the three
They
people
all
out
reek
front,
of patchouli.
uh, no, not so much patchouli. Remember, this is the gay drag community from the Amber Hammer. So it's yeah, it's not so much patchouli, it's like,
Cloves.
oh, like from the cigarettes. No, I was gonna say like perfume and stuff like that. Like really, I don't know what drag perfume is, but yeah, it's a mix of let's say cloves, perfume, and alcohol, um, which is better than ass. She goes, look, I took care of the takeout. We had some food brought in. We're having some people. We went around and invited the neighbors. Yes, none of which, by the way, took her up on it. And we're just very concerned that the constables will be called with a sound complaint. And she goes, it's not even double digit hour, Everard. Calm down. Yes, but this sort of noise might affect the digestion. What century do you live in? Like, um, yeah, you can see that you go in, and how do you approach? Do you walk around the side to go to the back? Do you go through the house? She
Uh,
leans over to you and she goes, I'm making sure nobody goes upstairs, and we moved furniture around to keep people away from the books.
Thank you. And Erie was standing there watching the two of them argue.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun when she's not involved.
Right.
She sees the appeal now. She's going to say, Sergeant Yuande, if you care to come in
And
to
the
my home.
taxi driver goes,
Oh yeah,
hey, is this party for everybody? Or all right, I don't know you. Okay. And Yuande said that in common. Yuande turns and says something in Goblin, and then the taxi driver puts their hand up like with a lot of okay, I'll go energy. And she's like brandishing her shackles at him when she said one of her handcuffs, I guess, at him when she says it. So he's like, and he says like something stupid and witty, something stupid and not witty, like, it's a business doing pleasure with you, and takes off.
I also pay him well, by the way.
I assumed you did before you got out.
I'm just gonna do another. You know what? It's an expensive day. I'm removing 5 gold.
That's way too much for that cab ride. Oh,
Not just for him, but for all of the in
okay.
betweens. We've stopped, we've done stuff, we've eaten, all of that stuff.
Oh, okay. I'm like, even with a really good tip, that's too much.
Well, but that's also she's going to pay for a more sensible cab ride for the sergeant to get home.
Yuanda is like, she goes, I will get my own cab. If you think I'm getting into a taxi with this maniac again. And then she turns and yells at him more in Goblin as he's leaving. And then she turns and like smooths her hair and smooths herself, and she goes, oh, you are Prosecutor Vorlance's twin sister, eh? And she goes, I am. I'm Tenacity. Nice to meet you.
Sergeant Io Yawande, Temerity Vorlance. Tenacity Vorlance.
Tenacity smiles through that.
That was a Becky fuck up.
Okay,
Erie would have kept it straight.
I could not honestly tell if that was role play or not.
Well, it was.
We can edit it out if you don't want it to be in there.
Yeah, Erie would have definitely kept them correct. If nothing else, they do wear different clothing. And she can see the difference in them. It's that Becky is bad if you haven't picked it up yet with some of the tiefling names. And trying to keep all the virtues together.
You're guessing from the short versions, you've guessed them all correctly.
Yeah, but remembering the longer ones and which ones, it's just that's the one that's the T, that's the one that's the M, that's the one that's whatever.
Right.
So temerity and tenacity.
Which
And
there are not really
also
good short versions of. I haven't figured out a way to.
there's not, and also for their personality types, it seems like their names are flipped.
Oh, what do you say?
Because temerity shows an awful lot of tenacity and drive and dedication. And
Mm-hmm.
tenacity sure does have a lot of temerity.
Yeah, the audacity and the boldness. So
Yes,
here's the thing about it though. Tenacity has to the reason she's tenacity and the reason I picked that for between the two of them is because she's tenacious and sticking to her guns against the will of her family.
totally.
And temerity's boldness is like, of course I'm going to succeed in these things. Of course I'm going, like, just, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
It
I
was
can see
just
it.
it's part of the personality thing where I go, what, flip it a little. So
The closest I could think of for shorts to them, but I hate them, is so I will never use them and never introduce them in any sort of canon way, is Mary for temerity rather, and Nancy for tenacity, which are only sort of close, but they don't fit either character at all, and I
no.
hate them. One is a Queen of England, and the other is Ronald Reagan's wife. So
Yeah.
anyway,
First.
anyway, so you introduce them, and she goes, Everard, look, um, Everard, she goes, Everard, look, and he goes, clearly Miss Airy is home early from work because she was concerned about the state of her home and all of these. He looks around him, strangers in her residence, and tenacity goes, well, that's one way to look at it, or she just wanted to come home for a party. Look, Everard, you have just as much cleanup now as you will at the end of the night. You might as well just let the party happen. And he goes, that is a debatable proposition. And with a she looks at you with an appeal of like, come on, can you back me up here? And Everard looks at you with the same, come on, kick these people out of the house. Sort of like they both turn to you with the final appeal to authority.
I, I did tell them to make themselves at home and make themselves comfortable. Everard, I will ensure that help is brought in so you are not left with the burden from this evening. I do appreciate your concern, but I think you would agree that it would be a poor hostess indeed who extends such an open invitation and then moves to retract it after guests have already begun to arrive. Yes?
These are not your guests, Miss Eritrea. And tenacity sees you like settling in for this social trench warfare, and goes and leans down next to him and goes, don't snitch to her mom, you little bitch. which Everard does not know what the fuck to do with, and just like looks at you, and tenacity holds out her hand for you to take it. Do you?
Yes.
Okay, and then just walks you past before this gathering of righteous indignation can erupt.
Explode.
I'm just gonna get you out of the blast zone. You go in. Things around the home have been moved, it's clear somebody paid attention to what they are pretty sure are your valuables, to you, which would be books and things like that, and then like put sitting furniture in front of it, or like if you have a bookcase with especially rare or old things, that has been fully turned to face the wall so you can't even get at it. um it looks like somebody has put some work into guarding these things. um Somebody has ordered a bunch of like last minute appetizer finger food and set up like a buffet table in your larger room. um you go to the back, and somebody is pouring uh, ale and beer, mead, and wine, and there's people dancing there, and there's about 20 people here, not including you or Eberhard or Tenacity. The twins have got themselves surrounded by some people. And it looks like there's an area for like a portable raised stage. So like they're gonna put on they're gonna have they've had their artisty performery friends over. And what you find out is somebody says something like, because it's Monday, right?
It's Monday. While all of this is going on, by the way, and I'm enjoying it, Erie is going to try and get a message off. I'm not sure if Catherine's still in town or not.
Um,
It's been a week.
yeah, I don't think she is, but you can get her. She can get here very quickly magically.
I don't have a way to contact her that quickly, though, do I?
Not without going to her parents first. Well, you don't have. You don't. Do you have a spell?
I don't think I do. I'm double checking right now, but
It would be sending, but your sending is very specific and tied to your badge.
yes, tied to my badge. I don't. Um,
As far as you know, she's back in Delphon. You could
yeah,
send.
it's fine.
Okay.
She'll write her letter later. She'll write her a letter later
Okay.
from the litter.
From the litter? Are you just trying to? Yeah.
It's the latter.
You're cracking yourself up over there. I was going to say something. Nope. Oh, you hear them talking about how like this is such a good idea. Yeah, and the Amber Hammer's closed on Mondays anyway. We should do this all the time. That's like, oh no.
No, no, no.
Which I think I said the same thing's true about the H&H. Is like, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up my separate notes I have here. Give me just a moment.
No problem.
Because I kept some specially for. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to watch this go down for a while. I suppose.
Okay.
I will say hi. We can socialize. I will listen. I'm gonna keep an eye out. Actually, it's dark. I've got them here. They've sent out word. It's clear they're talking to Amber Hammer. Uh, do you mind if Yuri tries to get a hold of Merle? She'll tell Io, thank you. I appreciate it. I apologize. Here's some coin for a cab. Thank you again for your time
Mhm.
and assistance. And then she's gonna try and get a messenger out to Merle, if that's okay, because now I'm worried that somebody's gonna try and come snatch the twins here.
Okay. So I will say a couple of things. Is one, um, nobody here. These are all people from the Amber Hammer. Nobody here is human.
Okay.
You can still call him or try and send a messenger or something. Can't use your badge because he doesn't have his badge. I want to say like that you. Sorry, I don't know why I keep taking bites while I'm trying to talk.
It's okay.
So here's what I'm going to say. You're on high alert at first, or maybe the whole night. But you notice that Tenacity is not drinking, being very social and dancing, but also seems to be doing the same thing that you're doing. Right? I'm not saying
Mhm.
don't call Merlin, but I'm going to say you may decide ultimately that you want to, but I'm going to pass an hour because I want something to happen before you. And like after an hour, you're like, I better send for somebody to get Merlin so you can send Everard, which is a good thing for him to do to get him the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to say is after about 5 minutes, after Everard leaves, Temerity actually shows up wearing, what she always wears, her armor and stuff, but she's wearing a great coat over it, like a white with navy blue trim woolen greatcoat that goes down to her ankles. And when you see her, I mean, most of the people are hanging out in the house in the back. The people in the front yard were just there to decorate, but they come into the back eventually, right?
Right.
So we'll go ahead and say that you're keeping the door locked, which is marginally useful given that the windows are all open.
Well, but they're not. Again, they're not huge.
Right.
I somebody my size might be able to come through them. Humans would probably have a more difficult time in general. I think. Uh, They're don't slide wide open or anything. They just swing out a little to allow a bit of
Okay. I
airflow.
thought they opened up all the way.
No, they have a fixed hinge, so they can do about up to about 15 degrees either way, but it's not a very big opening. It's enough to allow air to come in and flow through the house, and it's specifically like that
Mhm.
because it creates an air current with it flowing through and then catching the bottoms and poking back out.
Okay.
I'm a weirdo.
So it's fine. Where do you think you are? Are you in the house or are you in the backyard?
Uh, I'm gonna be in the house. I will have made polite uh excuses um to disentangle myself from people, and this is a lot of people. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
is that
taking a
actually,
break.
I know that's a problem for Becky. Is that actually for Ari? Is that a situation?
Yes, so if you look at I'm gonna
The other thing I'm
pull
going to remind you is that if you want to keep eyes on the twins, you're going to be in the backyard.
yeah,
Unless you ask Tenacity to spell you on that. Like that you guys trade off. If I look in where the description or is it
the Eritrea Marishandi backstory.
okay. Let me find it.
Um
Are you looking for it?
no, it's in the very first paragraph. I thought you were looking at it. Uh 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences in, but she can make acquaintanceships well and seems to thrive in short 2 to 3 hour bursts of energy and interaction, often trading barbs and telling jokes while making everyone around her feel like they have her full attention. A solitary life, however, once those bouts are done. So it's basically, I can deal with this for a couple of hours, but then I got to go away for a bit.
Okay. So you're inside an hour in, you're inside.
That's true. Only an hour in. No, she'd still be outside.
Okay. Um, I'm assuming your lot doesn't have like a fence that divides the front yard and the backyard.
No.
That's a lot of yeah, that's a very modern sort of thing to be doing. And very West Coast. It's interesting to see pictures of East Coast suburbs and like you can see where the lots are divided, but they don't have fences. They just like anyway.
They exist.
Yeah. Temerity comes walking around the outside of the house. Like sort of what is happening, but also kind of like somewhere between concerned, confused, and amused.
Hello, Temerity.
Are you like talking with folks? Are you dancing? Are you eating or anything like that?
She's not dancing. She's doing more of the circling around, like
Okay.
acknowledging and dropping in, but it's really she's patrolling her own property.
Okay. Um, okay. Actually, this is what I want that to be. Okay. Temerity sees you and says, "Hi, I heard you were back at 1CC, and then I was coming to talk to you. And then by the time I got word that you were there and got over from my office, you were gone, and one of the other inspectors said they thought they heard you say your house was being destroyed?
I was certain it was going to be. I have some unexpected guests who are social, socially inclined.
She looks around and she sees it, and um she looks, and you can tell where she's looking. She's clocking her sister. Do you look over at Tenacity when they make eye contact?
No.
Okay. Um, Tenacity must have waved because Temerity gives her kind of that kind of a
Hello.
wave, and goes, and my sister is among your guests.
She was. She is. There was some concern that given the two recent abductions, these rather intriguing performers might be next on the list. And my partner has been suspended. He hasn't been suspended, but he's been suspended. And
Yeah, I heard he's
yeah,
looking into Sergeant Valzon. He appears to be snooping around Sergeant Valzon's case, the case that's related to his family. Look, that's not why I'm here. I
yeah.
don't. I really. I Merle seems like a nice guy. I don't want to get into his business. I was just coming to follow up on your note, and then wanted to make sure I had to get your address from your desk sergeant, because everyone heard your house is being destroyed, and you and Sergeant Yuande went trudging off. And she looks around and she goes, "This is a really interesting crowd. I'm assuming they're all connected to your case." And she's talking how I'm talking, like her response is, she's like, "Well, no one can question your dedication to your work and protecting the citizens of Haven City. Um, I see now why and who," pointedly looking at Tenacity, although you assume, because I'm assuming you're looking at her when she's talking, uh,
Yes.
uh, why you thought your home and belongings would be in peril. Um,
I have a number of delicate things. You know.
sure. Actually, has Temerity been to your house? I don't think so. Unless I'm violently forgetting something.
I don't think she has actually.
Yeah, no.
No. I it's not in the state I typically have it in, but if you'd like to come in and look around, um
Sure, if you feel okay with that.
well, I mean, at least I know your name. I've stumbled onto two people who I'm not even sure I've ever met before.
She goes, I'm sure that's not the most fun thing in the world.
Not when it's trying to use my restroom, no.
um, so you take her inside, and I assume show her around.
Yes. Yeah, it's just the quick, "Hey, here's the thing, and this is my home. This is a thing that you get to see." Uh, and then she goes, "So you were, I also wanted to give you a bit of, uh, quiet, uh, if you wish to discuss more on the case."
Yeah, I am trying to find something.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. And she, oh, okay. So, hmm. Oh, I cruised right past her. Um, so you said in your note you felt, well, the way I took it, just to, summarize, is that you felt a little uh, guilty associating with my sister or working with Tenacity. Um, somehow like it was, look, I don't know. You don't have to explain. Here's what I want you to say. Or here's what I want to say to you. Not here's what I want you to say. Here's what I wanted to say to you. Um, my sister and I both have a tremendous strength of personality. Um, I use that energy to be bold and charge ahead, and Tenacity uses it for whatever Tenacity uses it for. But I made a promise to myself a long time ago to never put anyone in between our tiffs. Not our parents, not former or current friends or family members. What's between Tenacity and I is between us. If she's helping you on your case, that's great. Um, I have to admit it's actually been difficult to not follow your case a little more closely as it follows my community, but and I tell you this in the strictest of confidence, but Sergeant Valzon's case is deeply troubling to many people in the city. People in certain, well, I can't really go into it, but it is I think it might be a larger concern than even Sergeant Valzon knows. So that's taking, along with all of my duties. I actually also did want to hear what you maybe, I know active investigation, and just because I'm a prosecutor, we already talked about, you had very good points about why it was not a good idea for me to go with you to the Haven Hell before. And although it's not as high profile as what's been going on Sergeant Valzon's case, do you feel like you're getting any closer? Anyway, I'm off. I'm pulling us onto business again, and it's just as is my want. Really, if you and Melancholy, I know you were pretty frustrated with her and mistrustful of her, which is completely understandable because she's a tremendous pain in the ass. But she can be quite charming, and she is rather effective. She wouldn't have been promoted to just a sheriff if she wasn't. In her own way, she works. She would hate it to hear me say it this way, but she works on the side of the law, just yeah, in a very different way. And you know, I am not. I will consider you a friend, even if you make her a friend as well. It's not going to affect anything, and I don't want you to be worried about that on any account, because you seem to say that. I just looked at the note, Bex, and it was something about
Conflicted about working with her.
yeah, conflicted about working with her. If that has anything to do with our friendship, let me assure you. And if it just has to do with the manner in which she met you, she mostly doesn't mean any harm. Well, she never means harm, but she doesn't see mischief and shenanigans as harm.
It's not just that it's her, or that it's your sister, or that it's the manner in which I met her. It is also ah, and Erie actually hesitates and looks at Temerity in her standard garb. You said
Yeah, she wears that armor that she wears, but she's wearing a big coat over them.
hesitates, looking at what she can see of the garb, and goes, with as little offensive tinted as possible. I am always distrustful of ecclesiastical involvement and interest. It always seems like there's an edge or a game that I don't quite understand being played there. I will admit the fact that she is your sister and the circumstances under which we met do not help with that. But
Well, okay, she says. Okay. You know, our whole family is strongly tied to the Tyrian church. Even I still remain strongly tied to the church. So, but yes, definitely, I am. My day-to-day occupation is not directly in service to the church.
and I do not mean offense by it.
I take none. I don't. I have sworn no oath to the church and do not serve them, and it's definitely not the way tenacity does. Although tenacity seems to serve Saint Ingrid more than the church directly, but that's
Ingrid?
tenacity's thing. She's always gone her own way and kept her own counsel. Is there this awkward pause, Bex?
Yeah, just trying to. She doesn't know what to say. She's basically said, "Yeah, all of you churchy folks are a little suspicious.
Yeah.
You're suspicious."
Well, if you look at her, she's still got that. She's now doesn't look confused or anything like that. She just appears to be enjoying a conversation with you.
Well, yeah, that's it. That's it. A long, uncomfortable pause, and she goes, "Well, thank you. I'll bear all of that in mind."
Absolutely. Would you like to return to your party? I now want to make sure I say something pleasant to my sister, since I think the last time I saw her, we were shouting at each other.
I don't think anyone noticed.
She actually laughs at that and goes, "You're either kind or insane."
Arguments have been made in favor of both.
Yes, well, that's true. Two things can be true at the same time. Yeah. So she looks at you and goes, "Can I get out the back? I'll just go the way I came." I assume you just took her in the back door instead of walking her all the way around to the front.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And she goes to on one knee and like goes to give you a little like friend hug. Do you hug her back?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we got all this cleared up, and I don't want
Yes.
there to be anything awkward between us. And she gives you a little hug, and stands up and walks out to find Tenacity.
I follow and just watch because now I'm worried about two things happening here.
Um, Tenacity is over by the twins, who are not on stage. Somebody else is currently on stage, and they are singing a popular tune, which I'm not going to get into. And you see, you're looking at Temerity's back. Tenacity sees her coming, and you can see like fixes a pleasant smile on her face. And Temerity walks up and stands up, walks up and sort of pauses herself a couple steps away, and then says something and opens her arms for a hug, and Tenacity returns it. And they do that sort of thing where they give each other some distance while still holding an embrace and talk for a little bit. And then
You've seen how my sisters and I hug.
yeah. And then they sort of let go, and they're kind of looking at, they're sort of standing shoulder to shoulder and looking at the party. And Tenacity says something. They're talking, and then Tenacity says something to her, and has kind of got like a face on her, like she's just told her some body joke that she knows Temerity is not going to like. And then Temerity just like rolls her eyes and shakes her head, and that cracks the Tenacity the fuck up. But they appear to be getting along, at least for the moment. Roll just a flat insight for me.
All by myself. 16 all day.
Things are still what they are, but they are still capable of genuinely enjoying being around each other for at least small bits of time. Temerity stays about 10, maybe 15 minutes, unless you try to invite her to stay longer after about, we'll say 15 minutes. You unless you go over to join them, or are you giving them space to have sister time?
I will give them time for sister time, but when it's clear, when they're like, you can tell when people have moved on from that and are just doing the general stand around talking stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So after about 10 minutes, they've gotten through the family. Like, I'm still a pain in the ass, but you love me. Yes. And I am a slightly
Stick up the ass.
slightly uptight, career driven person. And yeah, stick up the ass and a career driven person. But you still love me. Yes, it's true. Everybody loves everybody. Even if one of us is a cheeky blighter.
Yes.
Yes. So you go up and you engage in some pleasant chit chat. Do you try to bring Temerity a drink or anything?
Yes. I have dined with her before.
Yes.
I have an idea of what she likes to drink, or of what she has ordered previously, I think.
Sure. Yeah, you bring her something that you're pretty sure she likes. She does. Take the drink. That's what I meant. She takes the drink, and you end up getting her to stay another about 20, not about, exactly 20 minutes. Now, you need to see if Anthony's feeling okay, because Temerity got there. It's been about a half an hour. I don't think it takes, depending on what you said in the note and how Anthony responds, Merle could theoretically be arriving any moment now. But that
Okay.
totally depends on what Anthony does. Do you need to catch up notes before you do that?
No. Well, yes, but I can check in with him and see how he is. One moment.
Okay, okay. I'm gonna peek.
Uh-oh. No, he's not in here. Hey.
What's the sitch?
Santa's saying he's thinking he's feeling good. So we are going to give it a shot.
Okay. Hey, look, everybody's going to be able to be unmuted the entire time.
Your sound is off.
No, it isn't.
No, I
No.
can hear him.
Okay, great.
Is it your sound, Anthony?
Say something.
Say
Something.
Say
Can you
something
hear
else.
me now? I'm still talking. I keep talking. Do you want me to come in and look?
Yeah, you should probably go in there.
I'll
and
go in and look.
Looking at my pants. Penis, penis, penis. Vagina, vagina, vagina. Your mom has the big wet hairy
You
cooter.
need to check what your audio
And I
output is by
don't
clicking
know
on the
what
volume
the fuck
control.
is happening
Okay.
because
Oh,
I
it's muted.
hear you.
Yeah.
I can hear what's happening in that room. I can hear you, Anthony,
Up where?
Where it says speakers headphones.
Becky, in that.
Are your headphones not plugged in all the way?
It is totally fine to hear you.
Oh, did you?
And your mom has a filthy twat lips, and she stinks of cheese in the butthole.
The meat. So the three dots here. And then go to settings there at the bottom.
Oh no, Crybaby is alone in the office.
Choose.
Oh, now he is leaving.
Now they're coming through.
Okay, now you missed my song about your mother's stinky cheese butthole. Okay.
No, actually, I could hear it through the computer speakers.
Okay. And then I went, oh no, Crybaby is alone in the office. And then now he is leaving.
That's what I heard. That's the part I heard. Okay, let me get out of Character Builder. Just what I have been using the computer to do. Is I have so many characters left to make.
Do you need to make them, or like Dunham suffers from the problem of not just using stat blocks, but insisting on making an NPC for everyone?
No, I use stat blocks. There's a shitload of none of the constables are stat blocked, and a lot of the primary crew. None of the constables are. A lot of the primary crew need actual characters, but there's a bunch of the stewards that are just.
This is obviously not for Sadness Quest.
No, it is not for Sadness Quest. Sadness Quest, I use stat blocks quite often. Hang on, I'm signing out. Now I'm signing in. Merle Sanderman.
Bex, just FYI, Janessa has one S. Janessa has one S.
Oh, okay. What?
Hey, this is going to be novel, not having to.
Yeah, that's the first thing I said when
Constantly
you couldn't
fun.
hear. Oh, look, we all get to be unmuted the whole time.
It's so neat.
Also, I've been running the entire game just as a DM talking like this. No, that's not true. That's a goddamn lie.
That voice is actually very specific. I have very fond memories of that character voice. Do you remember what you used it for in your Palladium game?
No, I do not. Hey, Harry.
Yeah,
Wait,
you.
who is
I.
that?
That was that was my. I can't remember what the bear people are called in Palladium. I was playing a bear person, and I had a little fairy sidekick, a little like
Oh,
brownie sidekick guy that was like a foot and a hand and a head with two big ass ears, and it was hopping around. And he go, "Hey, Harry," talking to me like that. Very fond memories of that character in that, I don't know, 3-hour session you ran me in long ago. Yeah.
is that the extent of the note, Harry? Do you want? Oh, okay. I'll put it up on the screen so ants can read it. But I'll wait till you're done. Body,
There we go.
body. Macho man. I got to be a macho man.
That song always makes me think of Adam's Family Values. I watched all of Wednesday, by the way. I really enjoyed it.
Isn't it fun?
Do you know what she's mostly doing? The zombie and that big dance sequence that she does, but it's a couple other dances, and all that made me think of is our parents used to watch dancing programs so they could keep up on that shit.
Oh, dances.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, what happens if I do this? What if I just present this tab? Yes, this tab. Okay.
No, look at that.
All right, so Merle, you get a note. What time would we say that is?
We didn't get back to 1cc. You've said before it's at least half an hour to 45 minutes. We were going at rush hour time and we had the conveyance, so it took a while.
So I actually, okay, so you got to Command South at about 4, right?
Yes.
So that took some time. Then you had to get back to 1cc. You probably didn't leave 1cc until 5:30-ish. So then, does that sound about okay?
Yeah.
Getting home.
And then back
you got home
home
at 5:41 based on the 11-minute Mr. whatever his name's Wild Ride, Toad's Wild Ride. And then how long were you here before you think you sent the note?
I'd say about 15 minutes, probably 5 minutes to survey the to just watch the argument unfold for a while, a few minutes to extricate, and then send the note off after that with Everard to get him out of the way.
Okay.
I think I said, oh, it doesn't say, but yeah, 15 minutes, let's say.
So at about 6:15, 6:20, you've been home from your mushroom stamping of the halflings for about 45 minutes at this point.
My partner died. I'm not really sure it was a mushroom stamping.
Oh, you, on the other hand, not a scratch.
Yeah.
And I don't know, did she die if she ended up getting healed and all that? But anyway,
No.
you're like, fuck that. It's just some NPC I barely know. No, I know you do not feel that way.
I am not like that.
Yeah, I know. About 45 minutes after you get home, and we can, if you need to role play something with Eurydice, that's fine.
It's already like almost 9. I say I just take Eurydice, Sephi, and we just head over. That's how we're going to handle this.
Have you read the note?
Yeah. A lot of weird shit going on, but she does say, hell, bring the wife.
Oh, I didn't read that far.
Well, that's not my fault.
Yeah, okay.
His wife's a monk too. She can help defend.
Yeah.
I'm calling in reinforcements.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny.
What's that? Hell, bring the
I'm
wife.
not entirely certain how reliable she can be about tenacity, and how many the two of us could face. Fair. Gotcha. All right, so Becky and I looked up. Becky and I discovered that today at London, the sun set at 3:51. So it's been dark about 2.5 hours in Haven City by now. Yeah, we even got out Google Maps and went, wow, London is really way farther north than we realize. Like it's well north of the U.S. Canada border. It's hell and gone far north.
Yeah. It's why it's so dreary and cold there all of the goddamn time.
Another hour of the gathering passes. See, no, I think you didn't send the note until after that hour, though, is what I'm saying. You're muted for some reason.
Because I was crunching an almond roca.
Okay.
Yes, I think you're right. So then an hour passes.
Because you sent the note just before Temerity got there, I think.
Yes.
Okay, so it's closer to 7:45. It's not 6:45, it's closer to 7:45, Anthony.
Okay.
That's fine. Merle and Eurydice and Sephi can head on over to Small Sales to go to Aries' house. When you get there, there are silk streamers and magical effects decorating the front. You can hear magically amplified music coming from the back of the house. Has Merle been to Aries' house before?
Nope.
Okay.
It's a big brownstone, you said, I think. No?
No.
What is it?
It's actually a converted warehouse. That's the other part of the reason the windows don't open all the way. It's a low converted warehouse.
Oh.
That's been turned into a perfectly sized home for a halfling. It might feel kind of cramped to taller folk. But not like ridiculously so. It's just that it is pretty much open floor plan. But the ceilings for being all open, they only go up about 10 feet or so.
Okay.
And there is a built up room up above in the corner. Think Alan and Sarah's place, but chop a good portion of the open space up above down, but wider, more room, but the same openness. That's a bad description.
No,
It's big.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So all that having said, you can tell that there is magically amplified music and decoration. You can hear a bunch of people on the back side of the house and maybe a handful of people on the inside of the house. Has he, Anthony, you weren't there for anything with the Glowing Glade twins, were you?
No, but I listened to it all.
Okay.
All of the last one anyway.
Yeah. The in-person one would have been harder for you to avoid.
Yeah.
Bex, has my voice been clear since we ran the ping test?
I seriously wonder if it wasn't some sort of, oh shit, this is going on, let's pull this off or something.
That's very unusual. Maybe one of my neighbors just finally stopped doing some net intensive activity, but yes, it definitely seems right.
Yeah.
Like we cleared a pipe. Okay.
Poop.
Yes, if you go around back. So do you go into the house or do you go around back?
Well, I knock out in the front.
Nobody answers. It's that thing of knocking on the front door of a house where there's a party going on,
Okay.
mostly in the back. There's
So
no fence blocking off the back area either.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna go to the back then.
All right, you guys walk around the back and you see, imagine if, so there are no, Eurydice is now the only, well, Eurydice's human, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Eurydice is now the only human there. Imagine, well, you remember the Amber Hammer is
That's
a bunch of
not at all uncommon for us.
non-humans, and like they all work at a big drag club slash karaoke club.
Mhm.
So like imagine if those people had their own party and were like, you know, hey, let's try our new material for each other and see how it goes, and let's do this and that, and it's that kind of a party.
Okay.
So it's lots of sort of half-done drag queens and kings
Okay.
and music, and there's some live music. There's a small stage for performances. There are people dancing. There's drinks. People are going in and out of the back door with like appetizer plates. Everard tells you to please inform Miss Eritrea that he is retiring for the evening and he will come back in the morning.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Her
Butler is saying that, yeah.
Yeah, he arrives in a huff, is clearly got his whole nose out of joint and doesn't want to go back to the house.
Ah, okay. Well, I certainly will, sir. I will let her know.
Okay. So he left you at Isle of Dogs. You get there. Ari, you see the Sanderman family arrive. Just as does one of the drag queens who does a lot of math jokes and calls herself Carrie the One. And apparently likes little kids and comes up to Sephi and like, do you want to come dance with us, baby? And Sephi looks at you too, like, am I allowed to do this?
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah.
And she goes, she takes the hand of this big wig drag queen and they go off. And here comes, and you see, is Ari approaching?
2 questions.
Yeah.
3. 1, will I ever stop coughing?
I can say from experience, not for a while.
2, is this with the considering humans have been involved recently, what is the response to a human showing up? Like, is it a record scratch moment, or is it just people look up, notice, and go back, or?
It's more just like, oh, look, squares. That's more like what happened here.
Then yes, if I can see them, I will be approaching with a bright smile.
This is probably 40 to 45 minutes after you sent the note initially. So Temerity has now been there 40 minutes. I said she was going to stay another. She's probably got about 5 minutes left. Merle, you also do see both of the Vorlant sisters there appearing to get along and be social with each other.
Okay. Well, that's nice.
It is coming up to you.
And I'm telling Persephone, this is Tenacity, and that one's Temerity.
You're telling Sephi or you're telling Eurydice?
I'm telling Eurydice. Yeah.
Okay.
Who knows about them from reputation?
Right. So
yeah.
One in the blue is Temerity. The one in the store.
You're cutting out.
You've completely chopped up again and gone silent.
You said something about white and blue.
You called him Anthonky in the chat.
I didn't hear that.
He said he's going to run that speed test.
Okay.
While you do that, I'm going to go pee really quick. Give me just a moment. Hold on.
Oh, that was me. It was me. Where did she go?
She went to go pee.
Oh, okay.
And there goes CB.
The one in the blue coat is Tenacity. The one in the white coat with the blue trim over the scale mail is Temerity.
Okay. Yeah, that fits. Wearing scale mail to a party.
Well, that's what she wears to work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay.
Sorry, apparently turning 40 meant that my bladder shrank to the size of a pea. Nobody warned me.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. And that was definitely me because it looked like you guys froze for a second and then Meat went, you lost internet connection for a second. So there's something going on at my end.
Mm.
Which again seems to be fine now. Anyway, okay. So Ari, you explain who's who to Eurydice. Ari comes up to Merle and says,
Merle, thank you so much for coming. And Eurydice, it's a pleasure to see you again.
well, and she smiles and says, you have a really nice home and such colorful friends.
I do indeed. It's interesting. Most of the more intriguing items are packed away, but if you would like to tour the house, feel free. I've got the important doors closed.
No, I'm gonna go dance. I'm gonna go dance. I'm gonna go dance and make sure that I keep Persephone away from the sweets.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah.
Once Eurydice has made her way safely away, Temerity and Tenacity are still standing, looking around.
They're talking and sort of talking to other people. Tenacity has actually, yes, and it looks like they're doing a sort of extended slow goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you notice that Tenacity's not drinking.
Yeah. Well, I brought her juice or similar.
Yeah, I mean she's drinking
Not
juice or
alcohol.
water or tea. She's just not having alcohol.
Yeah. Well, once Eurydice goes off, here he is going to go, all right, first things first, and I don't need an explanation now because I'm sure it's going to be long. Also, hi, hello, how are you? I have some house guests.
Yeah.
Also, welcome to my home.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Thank you. Ah, you don't have to explain what's going on right now, but Mel caught me at HQ today, right before I had to head out here. Suggested it might be wise to stick to investigating one case.
Okay.
So we're just going to deal with that later. Because here's the important part now. That's Kaylee and that's Callie. They're halfling genasi. Much like Diva and I want to say her name starts with an F and I know that's wrong.
Rumor.
Diva, much like Diva and Rumor, they are featured and headlined performers with unique appearances. While there wasn't a move on them at the club last night, I stuck pretty close nearby, and when I learned that they hadn't changed their domicile in light of the recent attacks, granted, it's only been 72 hours at this point since the first one. Not even 72 hours.
Well, wasn't that Saturday?
Friday was the first one. So Friday to
Friday night.
Saturday.
Saturday night is 24
Saturday
hours.
was
Sunday night.
Rumor. Sunday was when I went and watched them, and now we're here. So Friday to Saturday, Saturday to Sunday, Sunday to Monday night. Yeah, it's not even 72 hours.
Saturday night. So Friday night is when it happens. First 24 hours is Saturday night.
Mhm.
Second 24 hours, 48 hours is
Sunday night.
Sunday night. So you're at the 72-hour mark.
Right.
You're hours away from it.
Right. So it
Okay.
hasn't even been 72 hours yet.
Right. But it's coming up.
I I say, granted, it's not even been 72 hours, maybe 48 since it had occurred. They didn't have separate lodging set up, so I invited them to my home, and I might have made a mistake in my wording to them because I told them to make themselves at home and make themselves comfortable, and apparently they are comfortable having parties and inviting people over, which somewhat undoes all of the hard work of moving their location and keeping them less conspicuous.
Hmm.
And I'm a little concerned about a potential attack. And then Temerity showed up, and then I was worried about a potential homicide.
Okay.
But that hasn't happened. So good news.
Yeah.
How are you?
I've been okay. I've been all right. Oh, I did what the captain said. I took some personal time to get my head on straight. I think I accomplished that. Nearly got a bailiff friend of mine killed in the process, but otherwise, good day.
Say, sounds a little rough.
Not ideal, but she's all right.
Good.
Think that has something to do with working one case at a time?
Pretty sure it does. Would this bailiff friend of yours happen to have been around or been hanging about with you when you were wearing that nice fancy coat of yours?
Yeah, yeah.
Going to an active crime scene that Mel was working?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Do you know the meaning of the word inconspicuous?
I do, but I don't ascribe to it personally.
Is it because it's a form of lying and that offends you?
Well, she said she didn't see me. So she didn't say it, but she told me she didn't see me in any official capacity.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's about as close to a lie as I really wanted to get. So I think I'm okay. I think I'm pretty square there. I'm not really good at deception ever, and inconspicuous is part of that. So
I've noticed.
yeah, yeah.
Ah, it is
Really hard being my partner. Yeah. Sorry.
I am certain we all come with our difficulties.
Okay.
That's the most polite thing I can think of saying right now. No, it's not. That sounds harsh.
It's all right.
Are you still talking with your ma?
No, I'm pretty sure we're done talking for now.
Ah,
She gave me the best advice she could, and
was that to stay out of it?
yeah, and that's what I'm going to do here on out. It actually wasn't. Let me rephrase. He doesn't say yeah. He says nope. But I am going to stay out of it from here on out. I'm also not going to try to be somebody I'm not.
Meaning, oh, that was my nipple.
You
What
scratch your
happened?
nipple? Kitten scratched her nipple, I'm guessing.
Hooked his claw in my nipple.
Yeah, that like I've said, he's a fucker.
You need to clip that kitten's claws or something.
It doesn't do anything for a kitten, Josh.
Why?
Not because they're
grow
little. Yeah, their little claws grow really quickly. You really can't start clipping them until they're nearer full size. They just have needle sharp little fucking claws. So, good times. Anyway, back to like you said, I'm not gonna try to be somebody I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how
Perfect.
much I don't know how long I'm gonna be in this job, but
Did you get smart with the captain too?
no.
Oh,
No, I
I have to
didn't.
hold the record.
No, I didn't. I got decidedly unsmart. That's how I got suspended.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be smart anymore. That's my plan. I'm not going to hedge or try to be somebody I'm not. I'm a beat cop who's good at finding things. That's what I'm good at. I'm going to go with my strengths. Anyway, tell me about the case. What have I missed?
I Do you notice anything odd about Talbot or Samuel's ears, left ears?
Josh, did I notice anything weird about Samuel or Tabit's left ears?
Talbot's and Samuel's ears? No, you didn't.
No, I didn't.
Well, the two of them met up.
Actually, pause. Ants, roll a wisdom saving throw.
Sorry. The idiot kitten.
Oh,
No
natural.
dived. Sorry.
There you go, Josh. Check that shit out.
Nice, natural 20. You weirdly remember getting a good look at both of their ears and remembering that there were, like, you have a very clear picture of their whole heads from every angle you looked at them, and you're like, no, their ears were fine. They were normal.
He goes, wait. No, their ears were fine.
Okay. Well, it was a guess. Talbot and Samwell met up after we cut them loose last night.
Mm-hmm.
Talbot works for the bailiffs down in Upper Sydenham. Found out the ingredients. I think you knew the ingredients. Feverfew, evening primrose, and black cohosh. Went back to the apothecary next to the club where the first incident happened, and they were missing their entire supply of black cohosh. Found out
Black cohosh is the stuff required to make people fall unconscious, correct?
No,
it
it
accelerates.
It accelerates unconsciousness. Okay.
It accelerates the effect of whatever it's mixed with.
Oh, it's an accelerant. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He is an alchemist, Josh. He Okay.
Robinette was also aware he was being followed. He shook the officer who was following him a few times. The last time, officer couldn't pick him back up. The inspector couldn't pick him back up. But that apothecarian,
Apothecary.
that apothecary whose shop we went back to, she said she's got a friend down in Camberfield, had a big order come in for Feverfew. No, not Feverfew. Yes, Feverfew. Human man by the name of Dmitry Bratislava. He bought a whole quarter peck, and he prepaid for a second quarter peck, which is a fair amount of Feverfew.
Fantastic.
While we were down there, we decided to swing by Upper Sydenham and follow up on Talbot's story of being a bailiff. And he got back up, but we were eyeballing his captain, a real grandfatherly type who I trust about as far as I can throw him. And you know how strong I am.
You can't throw anything.
I can throw a party.
There you go. There you go. I stand corrected. Look at
I had
Seppi.
nothing to do with this.
Said anything else comes with this case. Look at Seppi right now. Learning how to dance. So happy.
But fuck, what was I saying before I got real nice seaman, grandfatherly type. I went down with Yawande. She was partnered up with me for a bit. Went down, checked him out. His left ear is cut off, top of it, clean cut, not from a fight. Almost surgical. It was done with purpose. And one of the men in his bailiff's office, which, by the way, is far too large for Upper Sydenham and for what's going on there. One of the men in his office had an ear like that, too. And then we headed up after a while up to Honor Oak and met up with Samwell's father. Kept a hat on the whole time, but that just makes me more curious about his ear, you know? And we got to thinking, and all 6 of those assholes who attacked us They all had cuts on the top of their left ear. And it's just weird and things are strange. And then I found out there was a party being thrown at my house and I thought perhaps my home was going to be destroyed. So I got back here very fast. And then I thought you and Eurydice might enjoy this. And I thought it a good reason to get Everard out of the house because potential that Tenacity and or Everard would have murdered one another. Yeah. So that's where we are, but those are the glowing glade twins, Halfling Genasi. They perform at a club. Like I said, I brought them back here last night because I didn't know what else to do with them, and now this. And I'm just worried. Somebody could hear. Somebody could show.
Yeah. So you have 2 more hands for lookout and defense if need be.
Exactly.
You also have a third very precious potential target. Keep that in mind. I'm sure you will. They're not going to come in the house looking for Sify, but they might, take the opportunity to take a hostage. Kids are good hostages.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about what you guys would do with your daughter if I asked you both to come. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. No, it's not bad. And Eurydice knew the job was dangerous when she took it at age 8. She's not a doe in the woods. She'll be okay. We didn't walk in here blind. Okay. So what do you think, Colt?
No. This is
Diablerie?
no. So what I didn't tell you before.
Vampires killing vampires? What? Okay.
What I didn't tell you before is Honor Oak, at the very least, is they've got a certain population of humans who feel they have a bit more status than everyone else given their positions of servitude prior to the Union. Upper Sydenham's not quite the same, but the bailiffs seem to take care of all the humans' problems there. And there's another definite feel of we're a little bit better. And I know this is bizarre, but I wonder if, given their allegiances, their prides, if there's not somebody working to weaken, if they're not taking them either as sacrifices to show power, not necessarily to something, but more as trophies or trading. Also, this is a very strange thing, and I don't expect you to know, but pomegranates, do you know, did they like them?
Answer all me a history.
Okay. Straight history check of 14.
It's tickling something, but you're not getting it.
It's tickling something, but I'm not getting it.
Okay. We went somewhere for lunch and there was pomegranate, and that was an upper synonym, and then it was an honor oak in the cookies, and I might be drawing conclusions. I might be connecting strings that aren't there, dots that don't need to be connected. There's a part of me, though, that wonders if the cut of the ear isn't meant to be some sort of affectation or mimicry of what would need to be done to ears if they were to come back and want to disguise themselves, or something similar. And it hasn't been that long.
Not by their standards, no.
What's your average lifespan? This is Becky asking Anthony.
Human.
Human. Oh. Not by a lot of standards. Not too many generations have passed for some of us.
Yeah, it's true. You guys are lived a lot longer, closer to how they are. I'm so sorry I said that.
I'm sure you didn't mean it.
I really didn't. I apologize.
We do have longer lives, but it just...
Yeah, it's true.
Well, halflings cap out at about 150, we said, Josh, I think.
I think you're all 2 centuries-ish. I would have to go back and double check. I can do that right now, actually.
Yeah. Excuse me. So, well, I've got my parents, for example, are 104 and 100. So, and I think that's about-ish middle-aged for them.
Yeah, I think so too.
So 150 to 180-ish. Still, it's not as long.
So, which is at the age of 20 generally lives in the middle of his or her 2nd century. So for halflings, that's fine. But all the long-lived races in the Union cap at 200.
Yeah.
Okay.
You expect them to come back.
Yeah.
It's like getting free of something for a while. You're looking over your shoulder.
Yeah.
I don't know what they want with a bunch of tieflings and possibly genasi.
I would imagine it's the same as anyone moving livestock would want. If that's what's going on. Man, I hope that's not what's going on. I really don't want that to be what's going on.
Get real uncomfortable, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I just remembered.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Anyways, enjoy the party.
Yeah.
So there's food.
Okay.
She says as a question, oddly.
Yeah.
Well, it's been floating around somewhere. I haven't had as much of it as I should.
Hmm. Go have some food.
And then yes, we're going to circle and guard the perimeter while this happens.
Okay.
Okay. Both of you roll me perception with advantage.
$13 or 13 for 15 all day.
It's the second time tonight, Becky.
Right? Get my shit together. Better than double fours, at least.
Yeah, after about 5 or 10 minutes after Merle gets there, Tenacity says hello to you, Merle, and then says goodbye to both of you, and it's home for the evening.
Okay. I got a 19 all day.
I saw you.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember it being a pain in the ass to right click on your tablet. Okay, the first couple hours pass uneventfully. Becky, pick a number between 1 and 10.
5. I was ready. Give me another.
Okay. After another hour, everything seems to be going peacefully. One of your neighbors comes out, well, peacefully for this party, right? You're not attacked, is what I'm saying. One of your neighbors comes over and comes over and goes, hi, Ari. This is another halfling neighbor, just somebody from, literally who lives near. You know what a neighbor is. You know how words work. And goes, so Margie and me noticed you were having some folks over, and it's coming up on 10 o'clock, and while we don't have we were just wondering how much longer you were planning on going there.
Not much longer at all.
I
Harold.
like how Harold slowly became more Midwestern as that went on.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll just tell Margie that it won't be long now, and we'll be able to get some good rest, because we both gotta be up bright and early for the shipyards there. Okay. Well, we'll see you later, Harry.
Yes.
You and your friends have a good time there. Okay. And then he walks off.
Yeah, it is. I am going to use that as the polite way to say, oh, all right, it's a Monday night. We need to wrap it up. I hope everybody has had a good time. Get the fuck out. No, not that rudely.
Roll me 4d10, Bex. Bex of the jungle. She can be. Watch out for that Genasi.
15.
Wow, that's record fucking time. So you start, the neighbors, and it's time for, you don't have to go home, but you can't, you discover the magic phrase. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. And that all seems to like, oh, we know what that means. So within 15 minutes from when you start trying to shut the party down, the party is effectively shut down. Roll that same number again.
Okay. She is also offering suggestions on taverns to go to.
Okay.
Diners that are open. Not as good. 24.
it takes the next 24 minutes. Everybody insists on staying to help clean up and rearrange things and all that sort of stuff. And it ends up taking about another, that's what the 24 is all the cleanup and putting things back and taking down the decorations and that sort of thing. So the music and the noise have effectively stopped, and it's come, like, it takes 24 minutes to pull that all down, bring it inside. They help with moving furniture, and Tenacity is, excuse me, Tenacity is kind of directing everyone with how stuff goes. She appears to have a pretty good memory of where things were and how they're supposed to look and all that sort of thing. You go through and have to correct a couple of times. But they more or less leave it how you would expect. It is 90% cleaned up. They do, you know, the gays are not irresponsible and dirty people. So
What are you doing?
I smell another cat and I want to go fuck with them.
Yes. I'm also going to do unseen servant to help clean up and tidy things up. Even if it's just in the kitchen, it can be wash the dishes. I promised Everard that he wouldn't be dealing with this in the morning.
Okay.
You lied to him.
I'm making sure it doesn't happen. Anybody who tries to close the windows as part of the cleanup episode, no, they'll stay open. They'll stay open.
Okay. Roll a d12.
$11, either really good or really bad.
Well,
really bad.
I think it's probably really bad. 11 people are so boldly trashed that you're like,
here's a blanket for you.
Yeah.
Here's a blanket for you.
Like 5 of them just straight up pass out either on the floor, like in their like smeared drag queen makeup and stuff like that. So about half of the people end up staying overnight because they just got they were well overserved themselves. Excuse me, the Glowing Glade twins. I need to take my meds. The Glowing Glade twins. Profusely thank you. Are fairly tipsy, but are doing a lot of the "I love you, Ari. You're such a good friend. You're such a good friend. We'll never remember this. We'll never forget this."
No, I think the first one was correct. Who? What? No, I don't remember a halfling. What? No.
What? No. Yeah, I don't know if the Sandermans stay or not.
No, Sephi and Eurydice takes Sephi home at some point, just because we're not going to try to put her down here. She's already fallen asleep, so you can just carry her back. But Merle's got to stay.
I don't carry her back. We'll get a cab for you. I'll take
Okay.
care of it. Don't worry. It's a long way to go.
It really is. We're good people.
You really are. Congratulations.
He says it just like that. He's laughing as he says it.
And her response is exactly the same.
Yeah.
You win.
Eurydice laughs and rolls her eyes.
Yeah.
It.
All right. The night effectively passes without incident, combat wise.
Okay.
Excellent. once things seem calm, I'm going to thank Merle and say, you don't have to have a sleepover at your partner's house. I know that can be weird.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm considering this unofficial protective custody.
Well, I'm pretty sure everything you're doing is unofficial for the next 12 hours or so.
Right.
When you talk to the captain tomorrow, you should lead with the whole I've decided I'm going to stay out of this. I think he'd like to hear that.
To stay out of which?
Whatever Valzan is working on in Becton. Or whatever he warned you off of with your family. Whatever he already knows you've been poking into. Don't admit to the other stuff.
Keep role playing. I got to take a piss.
I'm going to see what I say. I don't know what that's going to be.
That's good. That's good.
It's going to very much depend on the captain.
And what he chooses to ask?
Yeah. Yep, pretty much.
I'm Guess what that was?
It's him climbing up your leg, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
It's a good thing he's cute.
Agreed. Yes, baby. Yes.
Okie doke. When you wake up in the morning, I'm assuming you're waking up at your normal go to work time?
Yes.
And we're closer to Central, aren't we, Josh, from her place?
Yes.
Okay, so I get to wake up a little later. Also, no pigs. So, yeah.
So, no pigs. Yeah. Yeah, you're like 3 or 4 stops closer.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Because they got to dip down to get into the Isle of Dogs.
Right.
So when you guys wake up, Tenacity is already awake and has put on a kettle for tea. And everyone else is more or less asleep. And she says, so what's the plan with these two? When they wake, the Amber Hammer opens tomorrow back up again. They're going to ask to go back to work. I don't know. She's like, I don't know what your rules are, but I don't like that. This isn't official protective custody, so you can't really order them to stay. And I guess we'd go through your channels to get protective custody if that's what you wanted, but I'm pretty sure they can decline it.
I'm pretty sure they will.
They likely will. We can't keep them. And honestly, this is a terrible thing to say, but the longer they're here and out of anyone's eye, the longer before someone makes a move on them. At least if we're watching them and make them a good target, we have a chance of flushing out whoever's doing this. It's not a good thought.
So, fate.
See, the problem with that word is that it's so accurate, and I don't like that.
She's like, okay. She laughs.
You're right, though. We can't hold them. I can't hold them. They're going to want to go back to work. They're the next ones I can think of. They seem the most likely. And until we see someone else move, we've got leads on someone who might be picking up from gravel pits, not gravel pits, gravel yards.
Yeah. Gertis grabs Carrie.
Yes. That might give us something interesting. We can put somebody down there. We can ask her to let us know when the shipment comes in. That gives us somebody to watch. I think this is the part, though, where we have to wait. At least to see if anybody else tries to get them. Merle, you mentioned livestock. Complete hypothetical. But if you had 2 tieflings you needed to move around the city without folks noticing, who would you go to? Maybe even get them out of the city.
Where am I? Isle of Dogs, I know who to go to. There's a couple of street guys who take care of that shit. That's only if you want them in the mountains. That's a bad idea, though.
Noticeable? Are you checking?
Really unsavory, and where they end up in the mountains isn't. It's basically slave labor for mines.
Nah, that's not what these would be used for.
No.
Yeah, Tenacity goes. They're
So not that.
they're being picked for their uniqueness and their and potentially their value as entertainment, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, you know where we haven't been in a while?
Where's
That
that?
weird warehouse that nobody seems to know who owns it. Where all that interesting special invite only shit sort of happens. You know, where the animal fights were.
oh, from your Winter Wolf case?
Yes.
There's also the barn we stashed the wolves in outside of town. That was a rented barn, Josh?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, but you trusted whoever did it. Whoever you got the place from.
I think that was court ordered.
That was Temerity who organized that.
I don't. Okay, with that knowledge, then backtracking areas can go. I don't think they'd be holding tieflings. A collector? What big parties are coming up? Why would you know? Why would I know? Why would any of us know?
Wait a minute. What district did those guys come from? They were that.
One's from Honor Oak, one's from Upper Sydenham, and the apothecaries in Camberfield.
No, not the Vics. The bailiffs. The ones with half an ear. What's their district?
Upper Sydenham.
Upper Sydenham.
But Samuel's father is in Honor Oak, and he's the one who wore his hat the whole time, so we couldn't see his ear.
Merle, Honor Oak and Upper Sydenham are very close to each other.
Okay. Gotcha.
Tenacity goes, look, you guys got to get going to work soon. So, like, should I try to convince them to stay here as long as possible?
No. No, I don't think so.
Make sure I can make sure they get back at least to the Amber Hammer safely when they wake up.
Okay.
You guys might be busy doing other stuff, but
Yeah, if you can take care of that for me, I'd appreciate it.
you got it, Harry. She smiles at you. She takes her teacup and she says that if yesterday was any indicator, they're not going to be up for a couple of hours. So I need to go work on some things. Have a good day, you two.
You as well.
Take it easy.
There's so many people in my house. I need to go to work, so I don't see this many people in my house. I'll come back and you know who will be in my house? One of the cats. Maybe. That'll be nice.
You're very protective of your private space, aren't you?
Yes.
That's nice.
Don't have kids.
So many things low on shelves and easily accessible.
Well,
You don't realize how many times a day you have to say, don't put that in your mouth.
It's also stop trying to throw that, I'm sure, comes into play rather often.
Yes. And the amount of stray animals, speaking of cats, she tries to adopt. We're having this conversation with our coffee on the way out the door.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You guys arrive and you get to your desks and you see Ari, you see a note from Terex, or like more like a file folder.
Mm-hmm.
With some pages in it. You guys go to sit down and Captain Thorngage is itching his ear so hard he's gonna come.
Excellent.
That's an itchy ear.
Yeah. Ever get an ear itch like it starts out like a 3 and then you start scratching it and it somehow spikes to an 8 on its own and then you just got to keep going and then eventually you're just like, oh.
Yes.
Like if I could fart and come and have this all happen at the same time, I could die a happy person. Nope, just me. All right, moving on. Captain Thorngage sticks his head out of his office and goes, Sanderman, may I a word, please?
Yes, sir.
Lead with I'm staying out of it.
You got it.
You go in, he goes, have a seat, Sanderman.
Thank you, sir.
So, welcome back from your paid administrative leave. here's your inspector badge. Here's your. He puts them on the table and he's got his hand on them and he's like, and here's your inspector's weapon. And I have only 2 questions to ask you. The first question is, do you feel ready to return to duty?
I do, sir.
And do you feel like you can stick to the cases to which you're assigned moving forward?
Yes, sir.
All right, well then, he takes his hand off your things. He's like, well, then strap back up and go get out there with your partner.
Thank you, sir.
Yuande's threatened to quit 3 times since she came in this morning. Something about going home fatter than a cow and a heart attack.
That's
You know,
funny.
this makes writing notes so difficult.
Hmm.
Okay. In the folder that Terex has left you, it basically says this. Here's what I found about the old dwarven folklore. Anything cultural pre-union is difficult to find. A lot of it was smashed, but what the best dwarven scholars think that they have pieced together is that the dwarven creation myth is that there is a dwarven god of the forge who created the world forge, and that it's the dwarves who were tasked with stoking the world forge, and there are various and sundry good spiritual creatures and various and sundry bad spiritual creatures. I think you would have asked this specifically because of the whole tiny Krampus thing. She said the closest thing, she said there's only a couple of references in some really old documents to anything called a Krampus. And she said it's described as a humanoid with cloven feet and horns. She said it sounds like a tiefling, although sometimes they have wings and other times they don't. But they're attributed some affinity with magical and spiritual affinity with fire. She goes, honestly, it could be tieflings. But that the Krampus work against the stoking of the world forge, but that there's also there's an apocalypse myth that if the world forge gets overstoked, it causes the forge to run rampant and the world to explode in fire, from which the pieces will have to be put back together and reforged into a new world by the dwarven god whose name has been lost to time.
Moradin. Never mind. Sorry.
You asked also about so she's that takes like a page, right? When you turn the page, she's like, and you can sort of hear her note, her handwriting on her note is much more, you can tell she was excited writing about this.
Mhm.
So basically she says, when Haven City used to be the eastern capital of the empire, apparently there was an underground traveling system built by slaves and servants that was actually connected to the river, and it was a series of underground canals that were adjacent and sort of blended and branching off of the sewers. The elves, the hegemons, of course, would never deign to travel below the surface, so it was used as a to sort of traffic in underground goods, and sometimes used as paths to attempt to get to freedom, to smuggle people into and out of the city without notice of the overseers and the masters. However, once the Union was formed, certain building projects would cause some of the canals and sewer canals to collapse, and then there was It felt like basically from the founding of the Union for the first 300 years, there's this back and forth tension in sort of city planning and engineering of, do we keep the canals open? They're a historical thing. We don't need them. They're really difficult to police. And you've seen how it's set up. It's like a 7.5-foot walkway on either side of a 15-foot wide canal. It's not really good for moving. Like the subways move people way better. It's too small to move reasonable amounts of cargo. They take completely different paths than the subways. In some places, they were getting in the way of sewer expansion to handle the increased load of having to put in more people means more pipes. They weren't all, there was never any central plan of them because initially they were built, underground by slaves. So there was no central planning to them. And then some of them were lost. The knowledge of them was lost and then rediscovered. And then the city eventually about 200 years ago goes, these represent too many problems to stay in use. So they get engineers and artificers to block the river bound. The other thing that happened is during heavy rains, the rivers would seep into those canals, causing flooding into every place that they would go, and it would undermine certain areas. So in the places where it was weak, things would get filled in with either using earth elemental magic or just standard building. They had to block it, all the river-borne entrances. Well, that's what they were supposed to do. But since there was never any central repository, and what you leaf through is no less than like 20 sketched out pages of maps from various sources that are like, this is a comprehensive, and this is and they're like all, there's maybe 40% overlap in all of them. In other words, this was a fucking spider's web, and it's an engineering and sort of city safety kind of nightmare. So about 300 years ago, it was like every entrance we can find, we're going to fill it in, block it up, lock it up. These are just too much of a problem. They're too rife with criminal potentiality, and they represent engineering and building problems. But like in the last 2 centuries, general knowledge of them has been completely lost, to the point where when you think back to that building, it's like, yes, there was a stairwell down, but it completely looked like somebody discovered it and started using it, right? Like it was cracked through the floor and an opening. It was definitely not built in. Nobody had the underground canal subway opening right into their home. Subway's not even the right word, but an underground canal station right at their home. And also looking into it, like, what a subway station looks like. There's a place for people to gather. There's like a turnstile for your fees and all that. Like none of that was there. It was just like down into a basement and into this fucking canal landing. So it was all this underground tunnels and shit that, because they were made by slaves as an underground, there's not good record keeping on. And the city got tired of like trying to explore and find it, just said, let's block it all the fuck up. And when it causes it, and they haven't caused a collapse or a cave-in in a good line centuries at this point. So knowledge of them has basically been lost. Not that it was ever really good.
But even that knowledge was something.
It was scattered, and it was difficult to map because like the passageway could have been blocked for at the surface of the water and the walkways, but you would have still been able to swim under. But you don't want to swim under not knowing how long until you couldn't come back up for air. And none of the Geldar Union species races are aquatic in that way. And could you do magic with that? Yes. Or you could just try to fill this shit in and stop worrying about this problem.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Interesting.
But
I have several problems with your logic, Josh. I'm kidding. No, that all makes sense. That all totally makes sense.
You see one of the spot problems in it, though, is because these were meant to be subterfuge is not the word I mean.
Surreptitious.
We're going to block to stop they think they've stopped the flooding because when the river or all the riverborne entrances, because they think because when the river rises really high, there is no random flooding in parts of the city that are not right on the river, right? Everybody who lives on the river always has to worry about that. But it's like, we are 20 blocks from the river. Why are we getting a flood here? Like, they think they've caught all those, but of course, since they were meant to be surreptitious, it's impossible to know for sure.
Right.
The empirical evidence is we don't keep having these problems. And by the way, they spider web north and south all over the place. Or the maps she's given you show that they do. They never get more than a mile. They never get more than a mile from the river.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because that's a lot of work to fucking hide. But yeah. And it's clearly a thing she's like, I didn't know this, but blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, guess what? Guess what I spent all half of Monday reading about in the Library of the Union.
Yeah. So that is a lot of fun. That is a lot of interesting things. That also brings into question other methods that might be used to carry, places that we want to check out, investigation. It is also 10 o'clock and I have a cat laying on my tits. And while Anthony has just joined us, I have been here for 7 hours.
Yeah, here's the
Is
other
this
thing.
a decent place to pause? Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was going to say it is a decent place to pause. I think I have to poop, but my main accomplished goal tonight is I have my fucking inspectors back together.
Hooray!
You're welcome. I'm so sorry, Josh.
No, it's totally fine. It really is.
God damn it.
I was having the hardest time trying to figure out how it's going to work in that Shota encounter, and you fucking handed it to me.
Shota?
Seriously?
Oh, the woman.
Yeah.
I forgot her name, Josh. I was. Don't with judgment.
All right.
He's been
I
spending
apologize.
most of the last few days puking violently.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Here, I'll give you this for fun, as an apology. Let's should we show him the pirate?
Yes.
Hey, here's a not at all weird and creepy fucking pirate. Why do I have so many arms? And why are these ones just hanging out at my side?
just give me. Oh, hey.
That's just
If you go back to the pirate. Say who lives in a pineapple. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Bob SquarePants. Where's the other one? This one is welcome to the offices of Creepy Business Bunny. Give me the side eye. I'm investing in crypto. Okay.
Crypto, but I would pay.
Also, why do I have these weird cat paws growing out of my chest?
I so totally want to watch the adventures of Crypto Bro Bunny. Crypto Bunny.
Crypto.
Okay, good night, man.
Let me stop recording.
Okay.
All right. It was lots of fun. I had